What if Naruto unlocked 3 powerful bloodlines and got older women's harem? Part 1. Huge shout out to excerpt for this story. If you want more awesome fan fiction like this, don't forget to hit that subscribe button. So without wasting any time, let's get into the video. 9 years ago, it was one sunny day in the hidden village of the Leaf. Most villagers are busy with their own businesses. It was perfect, as the others say, but to the one named Uzumaki, Naruto, it was another part of the story. In the middle of the forest of 5+ years, old blonde with a pair of cerulean eyes stood. If a stranger would see him, he would know scratch that he will pity the young blonde. His body was bruised, but for him it was okay, other than the gash in his right arm. Little that he knew, his body was on the process of healing itself due to the demon inside of him. But before the process was complete, "Hey, what are you doing here?" A feminine voice rang out. The young one looked at the spectator with ulterior shock in his face. He hurriedly ran through the forest, but the spectator caught his damaged arm hard enough to stop the blonde from running away, yet careful enough not to cause more damage to his injured arm. "Will you stop that? Look at you, you're hurt," the spectator yelled, trying to calm the boy before her. As the result, the boy did stop. He took his opportunity to glance at his spectator. The young one first saw was her eyes. They were red, almost like ruby, and her wavy shoulder-length black hair. He even commented in his mind that it looked like silk because of the shine it gave whenever the sunlight passed it. He could only guess that this woman was out here to kill or hurt him. But another mental image of him said that he's safe here with her. The woman sighed and kneeled before him. He must be the vessel, she thought. She sighed once again and performed some healing jutsu and took a glance at the boy. From what she saw, the boy had an unexplainable look on his face. She cocked an eyebrow that meant, "What's wrong with you?" kind of look. He only registered to the boy after a couple of seconds. "What are you doing?" he said. I'm healing your wounds." "What does it look like what I'm doing?" the teenager said. "Why? He's really making this difficult anyways." "What do you mean, why? Do your parents know what's happening to you?" she said in a caring but deadly tone. This caught the young one off guard. "I don't have any parents?" The boy stuttered. He was trying not to cry at the mere fact that he was all alone. Well, at least he tried not to cry. She sighed once again. Now before her was a boy trying to win a losing battle. Was he really losing the battle? No, of course not. It's just the beginning. She knelt once again before the boy and hugged him, trying to calm the boy from crying. "It's okay. Don't cry. I know this is difficult for you." She released the boy from the hug and stood up from her height. The blonde was only at her leg level. "To tell you the truth, I really don't know how to cheer you up, and to think that I don't even know your name." At her last statement, she smiled at the small boy with a hint of a lie. Ano sa ari argato, Nate-chan." He gave her one of his famous fox-like grin. After seeing this, she already knew that the boy was happy. At the moment he was happy, and now he looks like a nervous shipwreck. Ano sa. But before he could continue, she already cut him off. "Ika, that's my name, and as for my surname, it's good for you not to know who's Uzumaki-san. Or do you prefer me to call you Naruto-kun?" Naruto at the moment was dumbstruck at Ika's statement. It's like as if the said woman was reading him like a book. "How did you know what was I going to ask you?" Naruto said, still awed at what had happened earlier. Ika, on the other hand, didn't answer his question. She just used her right index finger to point out her right temple. Naruto, being Naruto, was on his thinking position until "You can read minds," he shouted. Ika just placed her hand to her face due to the humiliation Naruto had put her in. "Geez, if someone saw us, I'll die courtesy of my own embarrassment," she thought as they walked outside of the forest. "Naruto-kun, why won't you go home and rest?" Because she paused, then grinned. "Starting tomorrow I will personally train you," she said. "You're the greatest." And Ichan, she really thought that he'll be happy, but she never thought he'd be this happy. "Do you mind? Could you keep your voice down?" Come back here tomorrow morning at 5 a.m. Hi. 7 years ago. In a little clearing inside the forest, two people stood there. Or more likely, training in the middle of the forest. It is a place where the NBU doesn't look out on as a special request from Sandame's friend. On the said secluded training grounds, Shikuchi, a boy age of 7, shouted, and soon numerous patterns of seem like tornadoes danced on different sides on his opponent, making the earth destroyed in the process. Meanwhile, the said opponent was smirking, definitely, not with arrogance but with pride for her student. Okay, that's enough for today, she said. Today is your first day in the academy, right? She asked her student who was on the process, fishing through his backpack. Ha, Ika-sensei. She smiled at the title he has been calling her for the past 2 years. Aside from Jinjitsu, which was where she specialized the most, she also taught Naruto ninjutsu, taijutsu, and tsongesta as well. I have enough time to rest before the classes start. He added, that is good. Tell me, Naruto-kun, did you enjoy being my student and I want an honest answer? She asked, not looking at the blonde. Naruto just looked at his sensei as if she had forgotten her common sense at her house. Why are you asking me this? You're not going away, are you? Ika just sighed. I'll tell you the truth. I'm going away for the meantime and I promise you I'll come back. With this statement, she slid off her necklace and gave it to her student. Here, I'll come back for this. She said, I'll definitely gonna keep it safe and that's a promise. He said with great enthusiasm. You never back down to your promises, don't you, Naruto-kun? Ika moved closely so that she could be in a level with the boy. Naruto gulped. Ika was closing into his ear. I want you to promise me that you'll only use those techniques if necessary, meaning don't brag them off. Could you do that for me, Naruto-kun? She moved away and saw that he was blushing. She giggled at the thought and suddenly she shrugged it off. Okay, I can do that. Naruto gave her one of his promising fox grin. Meanwhile, inside the Hokage Tower, you want me to do what? Hitaki Kakashi almost shouted in front of the Hokage. It wasn't pretty normal to the Exanbu to be as surprised or even shocked like this. He didn't even see it coming. Kakashi, just think of it as returning a favor for your sensei. Sandame said, but Hokage-sama, what does sensei got to do with this? Kakashi asked. Sarutobi sighed. At least he could tell him, his friend's student. What I'm about to tell you will be kept only inside these walls. Do you understand, Kakashi? The old man said. Surely enough, Kakashi didn't know what was about to hit him. Of course, Hokage-sama. Good. Sarutobi replied with slight smile. Kakashi, I know you have participated with your sensei during the Kubi's attack. He saw the Julen nod. And I know that he sealed it. In a newborn baby Naruto. Yes, Hokage-sama. But why does he, Naruto, have to live with me? Let me finish, Kakashi. From there. Kakashi didn't interrupt the old man. You see, Kakashi, during that time it was impossible to find a newborn baby. So in turn, your sensei sacrificed his newborn son. The old man waited for the elite Julen to react to the information he got. Oh, Hokage-sama, why didn't you tell me about this earlier? None of us knew that sensei had relationship with someone, and yet you're telling me that he has a son. Sarutobi only did was to sigh. Can you do it, Kakashi? The Hokage said in a formal tone and only to meet an expected answer. Of course, Hokage-sama. In not so distant future, Naruto, wake up. Naruto's classmate said. Yamuno Araka, an academy teacher ranked Shunin, was starting to count mentally. 1, 2, 3, that's it. He unconsciously grabbed the nearest thing he could throw, the eraser. Kiba saw the incoming eraser. He tried to wake his friend, but Naruto seemed to not to bother. Kiba moved away when the eraser was about to hit his blonde friend. Naruto, on the other hand, managed to catch the eraser and throw it back to the table instead. Everybody saw Naruto, sitting straight, yawning and still feeling groggy. Naruto saw Kiba with a surprise, shocked look down his face. What happened to you? Naruto asked, still not noticing his other classmates. And his dumbstruck teacher, Uzumaki Naruto Araka, called. Naruto looked at his sensei. Please make at least 3 bushins, Naruto. Naruto stood up, cursing himself for sleeping in the middle of the test. He sighed and soon he was in front of the class. Bushin no Jutsu. He said soon there were at least 12 perfect Bushins standing in front of the class. Damn, I overdid it again. Congratulations, you pass. He walked over to Araka and Nizuki, who handed him his hit height. Araka knew that Naruto would do well for the fact that he was living with his friend, Kakashi, aka Copy Ninja Kakashi. Okay, that's it for today. Tomorrow you will be teamed up to your Genin team. You're all dismissed. At the Araka's ramen stand. For people were eating or chatting with each other. One of them was Hitaki Kakashi. Next to him was his fellow Jonin, Saratobi Asuma. Next to the chain smoker was the Tokubetsu, SP Jonin, Mitarashi Anko, who was on the verge of strangling Asuma for smoking in the ramen stand. Next to the Tokubetsu Jonin was Konova's Genjutsu specialist, Yuhi Kurenai. I can't believe this. Can't you at least stop smoking for just 5 minutes? Anko said. Huh? Did you say something? Asuma said. And now you're acting like Kakashi. Kurenai only sighed at the scene. After all, she was used to see her best friend act like this almost every time. While Kakashi, on the other hand, was looking away until he saw a familiar young blonde coming to his way. Konnichiwa Nisant. This caught the attention of the other Jonins and Tokubetsu. Jonin for Anko's case. Naruto-kun, what will be it for today? The head chef asked. Miso ramen, please. Naruto-kun replied as he sat next to Kakashi. One miso ramen coming up. The head chef said in an energetic tone. I heard that you passed the Genin exam. Congratulations. So Tuto. Kakashi said. Arigato Nisant. Naruto-kun said with sheepish grin on his face while he scratched the back of his head. Are you excited to know who will be your teammates and Jonin instructor? Naruto-kun? Kurenai asked with a smile emphasizing Naruto's nickname. She was the only one who had called him that at least as far as he can remember. Unknown to him, he let out a small blush on both cheeks. He bent his head and scratched the back of his head once again, which the women counted as kawaii. Kakashi knew his Otudo's crush towards his fellow Jonin ever since he first saw her back when she was still a rookie Chunin. After seeing this, Anko decided to tease the young blonde at the moment. She stood up and sat next to Naruto. Everybody in the ramen stand saw her stand, including the head chef Akira Katuchi. Me. Is this his real name and his daughter Ichiraku I am? What were they about to see was beyond imaginable, as though they thought. Naruto saw Anko stood and sat next to him. Was she whispering something to me? Not can't be, but why is she so close to me? I think she whispered something about congratulating me or something. Was she telling me to close my eyes? That must be it. There he was sitting next to the hot and sexy and still single. Oh, did I forgot to mention deadly? Mitarashi Anko. She was closing in, and the only thing that Naruto knew, he was kissing the Mitarashi Anko. What the heck? Kurenai and I am thought. Pedophile. Kakashi and Asuma thought. Naruto. Tasty Anko thought with a smirk. Lucky guy bystanders. You know, it's very rude to stare. Naruto-kun. Anko said still with a grin. Naruto was still speechless, or rather he blacked out. Kakashi started to worry for his Oto, to who hadn't replied for a couple of seconds. Naruto, are you alright? Kakashi started to shake his little brother. After 5 seconds, Naruto nodded. Naruto changed his direction to his miso ramen and started to chow it in just 2 minutes. Everybody looked at him as if this came from the kiss, but rest assured that wasn't his first kiss. He took out his Gama-chan and paid his meal miraculously. He only ate a single bowl. Thank you for themi lime going no Jane, he said without a pause. After his meal he ran away back to his apartment. At Naruto's apartment, Naruto slumped back to his bed waiting for Mr. Slumber to pass by. Tomorrow I'll be in a genuine team, he said to no one in particular. The night was still dominant. From this darkness a lone figure walked across a path. The said figure was walking, then stopped. In front of him was a woman in her early 20s, as he thought. He was facing her back. From there he could see her messy shoulder-length black hair. She was wearing a purple yukata. The said figure watched the woman. She slowly turned. He saw the sight of her enticing ruby eyes, and once again she stopped only to reveal a part of her face. Naruto, on the other hand, couldn't register who the woman was. Naruto, he heard her say. He couldn't muster a single word from his mouth. Naruto, he couldn't reply once again. Naruto again. Naruto again. Naruto, what's going on? Naruto looked around only to find his friend Kiba staring at him. Kiba, what the heck are you doing? He asked. Naruto, must you sleep all the time I see you? Kiba asked. What is it to you anyway? Naruto asked. What do you mean, what is it to me? Care to notice our team is still waiting for our sensei just like them? Kiba said, pointing out to Team 7, which includes Uchiha Sasuke, Harino Sakura, and Aburame Shino. So what team number are we again? Naruto asked, looking innocent as possible. Kiba sighed. He had the urge to whack his friend off his senses while Hinata just giggled. The said dog user just focused himself to reply. We are Team 8. Hinata is also in our team and do the things that I recently told you. Register to your mind? Kiba said slowly. Naruto chuckled at his friend. So how long have they been waiting for their sensei? He asked. 2 hours wait, did you just say? They? We too have been waiting for our sensei. Kiba replied while his pet dog Akamaru barked. In agreement. Naruto chuckled once again. Kiba and Hinata looked at him as if he'd gone crazy. They watched him form a tiger seal and said Kai, and soon a blur from the wall came. I take you your Team 8. A woman, probably around 20 years of age, appeared right when Naruto dispelled the genjutsu casted inside the room. Team 8, rather Kiba and Hinata, looked at their Jonin sensei with surprised looks in their faces. Meanwhile, everyone's eyes averted to the door, which was starting to open, and soon there was a tall, silver-haired, half-masked male Jonin. Where's Team 7? He asked. You're late. The pink-haired girl, Haruno Sakura, yelled. Naruto only sighed. They better get used to him being late. Sorry I was late, you see. I got lost to the road of life. Kakashi replied. Liar, Sakura yelled once again. Naruto chuckled, then he started to laugh, hysterically. Kurenai, being the calm and collected as she is, she too couldn't help but to laugh with Naruto. Honestly, Nikon, is there really a road called the Road of Life? Naruto asked with a grin on his face. Fine, fine, Team 7, let's just go to the rooftop. With that statement, he disappeared with a whirl of leaves. Shall we go then? Kurenai asked her students, who readily nodded their heads. With Team 8, they reached outside of the academy with their Hatai Atachan. Hinata wore her Hatai like a necklace while Kiba wore his on his forehead in Naruto. His was different, he tied it on his left arm, making some of his bangs fall down. Kurenai looked at her students from Kiba to Hinata and then to Naruto. The said woman was leaning against the tree. She watched her first students with a sigh. Not knowing why, she felt nervous over something. As if sensing Kurenai's distress, Naruto asked, Sensei, aren't we supposed to introduce each other? Kurenai smiled inwardly at this. Okay, state your name, likes, dislikes, hobbies, and your dream, she said. Ladies first, Naruto said with a grin. Okay, I'll start. My name is Yuhi Kurenai. I like karaoke, comic books, and nice people. I also like to study various genjutsus known in the shinobi world. I dislike arrogant people who look down on others. I also dislike perverts. My hobby, aside from reading comic books and cookbooks, is painting. My dream for now is to make sure that the three of you will be promoted into a chunin rank, she said in a calm tone. Kiba and Naruto looked at their female teammate, who was in the process of looking at the ground and fidgeting both of her index fingers. My name is Hyuga Hinata. I like nice people. She blushed at her train of thoughts that include a certain blonde. I dislike people who look down on weak people. My hobby is cooking. My dream is to make a difference in my clan. She looked down once again. This one needs to boost up her confidence, thought Kurenai. Everybody looked at Hinata. They were caught up with the silence, but Kiba broke it up. Yo, the name's Inuzuka Kiba. I like my pet and best friend Akamaru. I also like our team, and to train. I dislike Sasuke's annoying fangirls. My hobbies are to hang out with my friends and to play with Akamaru. My dream is to become my clan's leader someday, he said and nudged Naruto's side. That indicated his turn. While this one, referring to Kiba, he needs to lessen his self-confidence. Kurenai stopped with her thoughts when Naruto was about to speak. My name is Uzumaki Naruto. I like my Nikon Sandanjiji and I. He stopped for a moment and continued, nice people who acknowledge me for who I am. I like ramen and I also like to train. I dislike the long wait for my ramen to be cooked, be it just minutes or seconds. I still dislike it. I also dislike arrogant people who look down on others as if they are weak. My hobby is to enjoy every ramen known to man. My dream is to become a Hokage and to surpass every one of them, he said. Kurenai looked at her students once again and smiled. Tomorrow meet me at training ground number 19. 9 a.m. sharp. Sensei, what's the occasion? Kiba asked. Kurenai smiled again. Her smile for now will be mistaken as a grin. Let's just say, tomorrow is the real Genin exam. She said, what dash? Kiba said, almost shouted, hyperventilating. Hinata was trying not to faint. Naruto looked rather plain, as if he had expected this. After all, he had lived with Kakashi, who always taught him a handful of things. Tomorrow at training ground 19. 9 a.m. sharp. You're all dismissed, Kurenai said, but before Naruto could go, she called him right away. Naruto, she called. Yes, sensei? He walked next to her. I was quite impressed that you've detected my genjutsu a while ago. Not even Kiba with his dog, or Hinata with her Byakugan had sensed me. You've passed an unofficial test, she said. Naruto couldn't help but to blush at her praise. He was once again on his sheepish grin and scratching the back of his head just like yesterday at a Chiraka's. Kurenai looked at him and giggled, audible enough for him to hear. Naruto immediately looked up and saw her rather amusing look on her face. It's not like you get to see the Yuki Kurenai, once called the Ice Queen for her deadly demeanor, known for being calm and collected at all times, giggle around. And today was one of Naruto's lucky days. He was able to see the real Kurenai, the one he adored so much. He started to like her because of her wine-red eyes, somewhat making him entranced. It made him feel something he couldn't even explain. Gomen any Narakan, he heard her say. I Kurenai-sensei, Naruto said, in defense. I was wondering, did Kakashi teach you how to detect genjutsu? Kurenai asked the young blonde beside her. He didn't teach me how to detect it, he replied. Then how did you detect through my genjutsu? She asked, quite surprised. How can someone beat my genjutsu so easily? It's kind of weird, actually. Kurenai raised her eyebrow. Well, you see, when everyone left except Team 7 in our team, I saw something blurry and the rest, I guess you know what happened. He said. Ayano, am I dismissed now? He asked an unnatural, low tone. Of course, you may go now, Kurenai said. She stood there watching her students retreating back. I saw something blurry and the rest, I guess you know what happened. It rang through her mind, again looking deep in thought. The Genjen exam. Training ground number 19 was something Kiba would say comfortable. There was a clearing in the middle, obviously for training or sparring purposes, while it was surrounded by several trees, since they were almost at the edge of the forest. From their spot, they could see a waterfall that was connected with a lake. Surely enough, this was comfortable. 3 Genjen sat on a log while waiting for their sensei. You think she's just hiding in her Genjen so again? Kiba asked. Naruto shook his head this time. Where just earlier you see, he said, showing Kiba the time that said 8:57 a.m. I guess when she says 9 o'clock sharp, she meant 9 o'clock sharp, Kiba said while Akamaru barked in agreement on Hinata's lap. When the clock stroked 9 o'clock, Akane came darting in, which Naruto caught with ease. I see that you're all early, that's good. A female voice rang. Team 8 looked at their sensei, who was walking towards a tree stump and placed an alarm clock, which was set on 12 o'clock noon. As you can see, I have 2 bells here with me, Karina said as she held out 2 dangling bells. She tied it at her waist pocket and continued. Each bell is meant for one and only one Genjen. Before she could continue, Kiba cut her off. But Karina-sensei, there are only 2 bells. He said, that means one of you will have to go back being an academy student again. Karina replied to her, currently paled students. Get these bells to me with an intent to kill. Get this to me before your time run out. With her last word, Team 8 was nowhere to be seen. Near up to the trees, 3 Genjins were hiding from their sensei. Any plans? The boy with a fury jacket spoke. Okay, listen up, here's the plan. The blonde boy said. Once they were finished, the boy with a fury coat jumped down. Looking never so confident, Kiba stood 10 meters away from Kurenai along with his dog, Akamaru, who was in his jacket. Do you happen to know what you are doing? Kurenai asked. Kiba, acting so cocky, placed his dog Akamaru on the ground. Me and Akamaru will take you on. He pointed towards Kurenai direction. Kurenai could only sigh at this. There goes my first test. Wait, where are the other 2? Kurenai pondered. She saw Akamaru turned into an exact replica of Kiba while the real Kiba shouted, "Good Suga." Kurenai quickly sidestepped away. She cursed herself at how the Inuzukas were quite good whenever they fight with their dogs. Kurenai quickly jumped when the real Kiba charged at her. But her luck was not on this day. In midair, Kurenai was still struggling with both Kiba's and Akamaru's attacks. She tried to turn, but she only came face to face with a white blur. Kurenai felt some of her tankets were being closed, causing her unable to move in midair. She could see herself falling and her opponents gone, at least that's what she thought until she heard someone shouted, "Suranu Jutsu." Soon she was inside of a bubble like prison breaking her fall. Kurenai looked at her jailer Naruto, who was being accompanied by Kiba, who was placing Akamaru in his jacket, and Hinata, who was holding the bells. Naruto released his hold and Kurenai was free. She looked at them inside. "You 3 pass," she said, which earned a few cheers from the official. "Teammate, Naruto," she called out. "Yes, Kurenai-sensei? Were you the one who thought of the strategy a while ago?" she asked, which was followed by a nod. "I see you'll be the team captain. You earned it," she said. Naruto was speechless. It was like the ramen suddenly spoke and said, "Take me." Took him 3 seconds to come back to reality due to Kiba's constant poking. "Huh?" Naruto said. "Keep aside," while Kurenai and Hinata giggled. "We're going to a Caracas to celebrate. You're not just going to stand there, are you?" Kiba said. "Of course not." Naruto was back. Within a nanosecond. The moment he heard at Caracas, which lead to ramen and more ramen, he heard they ran at Kurenai's side. "Ayano Kurenai-sensei." Naruto couldn't finish his sentence, but instead he took out Kurenai's kunai to give it back to her. "Oh, you can keep it," she said. "Arigato." Naruto smiled sheepishly and scratched the back of his head. And Naruto was looking at Naruto, then to her sensei. There was something different between the 2 that she couldn't put her finger on it. She never saw Kurenai-sensei act like this whenever she ran into her. To her, Kurenai-sensei was cool, calm, well-collected, always serious, and sometimes noxious whenever it calls for it. Then her thoughts turned to Naruto. Well, to her, Naruto was her idol, being the loudmouth and carefree as he is. Truth be told, he was still her idol. His bright colors made her feel the things to her that was unattainable. Hinata, are you okay?" Naruto asked as he waved his hand and front of her face. Hinata was so deep in thought she didn't even notice Naruto's face in front of her saying something to her. She immediately blushed after seeing him in front and close to her. "Hinata, are you okay? You look kind of red," Naruto said as he gently placed his palm to her forehead, which made her more flustered, and next to her was history. Hinata fainted, but thankfully, Kiba was there to catch her fall. At a Caracas. Currently, each Caracas was jammed-packed by Team 7, which consists of Haruno Sakura, Achi Hisaske, and Aburame Shino. They too passed their test. Much to Kakashi's dismay, since there were rumors that Kakashi always fails his genuine team. And there was Team 10, which consists of Yamanaka Ino, Narashikamaru, and Akimichi Chuji. Kakashi was about to turn the page of his orange book when suddenly he winced. Losing his concentration in reading, he turned to see his student, Sakura, fighting Azuma's student Ino. It was something about who should sit next to their precious Sasekikan. Azuma was about to light his fourth stick, but when he saw a familiar kunoichi enter the restaurant, he immediately put it away. He didn't want to remember the things Anko did to him and his precious cancer sticks. He immediately winced in the memory. "You're not looking for my brother, are you, Anko-chan?" Kakashi asked with a chuckle. "What if I am? What are you going to do about it, Kakashi-kyan?" Anko said with a sly smirk on her face. Kakashi hadn't got any time to answer when the door suddenly slid open, revealing Team 8. Azuma was about to say something, but when he saw Anko's eyes lit as if they were blazing, he immediately shut his mouth. "Hey Naruto-kun, we were just talking about you," Anko said, walking in front of the blonde. Everybody was looking at their direction, while the ones that didn't know what happened yesterday were curious, like how did Naruto knew her? Something like that, while the others looked frantic until, "Hey Naruto-kun, what will be it for today?" I am said audible enough for everyone to hear. Kakashi and Azuma sighed in relief. They could swear that Anko's fist was growing white in pressure. "One miso and beef ramen for me," Naruto said with his cheerful voice. "How about you, miss?" I am looked at the woman next to Naruto. "One beef ramen with extra chili," Anko said. "And you three?" I am asked, looking at Kurenai and the rest of Team 8. "Miso ramen," Kurenai said. "And miso ramen please," Anada said, almost like a whisper. "Beef ramen with extra filling and 2 beef rolls for Akamiro," Kiba said. "I'll just place your orders for the meantime. I take it that they passed," Azuma said, which earned him a nod. "So did my brother beat you to a pulp at Kurenai?" Kakashi teased the red-eyed brunette. Kurenai only glared at him. "Nikon," Naruto said, giving his Aniki a warning. But before they could continue, their meals came. "Here are your orders," I am said with a smile. "Yush! Itadakimasa," Naruto shouted with glee. And soon he ate his meals slowly, taking his time to taste the different ingredients of his precious ramen, just like Aika had taught him. "Take your time, it's not like it will run away from you. Besides, a shinobi always takes his time," Aika said. Naruto smiled on the memory as he munched on the noodles. "Hey Chuji, when you eat your food do you smile like that?" Kiba asked, pointing at Naruto. "Guess not," Kiba said. He was still looking at Naruto, who was smiling after he finished his miso ramen. By the time he ate his beef ramen, his smile faded away. "Maybe it's the food or something. I usually got that expression whenever I like or don't like the food being served to me," Chuji whispered to Kiba. "That was delicious, old man," Naruto said as he patted his full stomach. Little meeting. Once teammate was done eating, they left the ramen house for a little meeting. Late noon, they were currently at the park. Kurenai was standing in front of them, while Hinata sat on the left side of the swing and Kiba was on the right. Naruto, on the other hand, was leaning on the left side of the swing. "Our daily meeting will always be at 10 o'clock in the morning at training ground number 19. Is there any question or questions you would like to ask?" She asked her students. When none came, she said, "Good, you're all dismissed." Kurenai saw Kiba and Hinata leave, but Naruto was still there, still leaning on the left side of the swing. "What are you still doing here, Naruto-kwan?" she asked. "I got nothing else to do," he said, looking somewhere else. He suddenly felt Kurenai's presence. Slowly, she walked to where Hinata used to sit. "Push me," Naruto heard Kurenai say. Naruto looked at her for a second. "I gave you an order, Uzumaki Naruto, now do it," Kurenai said in a commanding tone. Hi, Naruto started to push the chains that were connected to the board she was sitting in. He could hear her giggle every time her back was close to him, close enough to smell her hair. He even commented that it smelled like strawberries that matched her eyes. Maybe she really likes red, he thought as he pushed the chains again. Kurenai never felt this emotion before. Surely it was something new that she didn't pick up in the sidewalks. She could even smell his scent every time she was close to him. It was something different. It was like it was made for him and him alone. It was somewhat strong, but it was making her taste buds tell her it was sweet. On her fifth swing, Kurenai stopped. Naruto saw Kurenai stopped herself and then looked at him. Your next order is to ride the swing with me. He heard her say while he just mocked a salute to his superior. And soon they started to swing. Both of their feet were like trying to reach to skies above. Both were smiling, happy, and contented. Every time they swing forward, they could feel the air around them, which was starting to get slightly cold. They could see the sunset from their position. On 3, we jump at the same time. The longer the jump is considered to be the winner and the other is the loser. Kurenai said, okay, the loser will have to cook dinner for the winner. Deal? Naruto said. Deal. Kurenai said in response. On 3, Naruto and Kurenai said in chorus. 1 Naruto. 2 Kurenai. 3 Naruto and Kurenai. Time seemed to slow back when they jumped. Haha, looked like I won. Naruto said, but he suddenly stopped when he found out his very intimidating position. Him on top of Kurenai, the Yuji Kurenai. He quickly moved away. Gomenasai. He looked down from where he sat with flushed cheeks. Kurenai found herself blushing as well. She was lucky enough that Naruto's head was down so that he couldn't see her blushing as well. Looked like he did one Naruto-kun. She stood up from the sand. I guess I'll have to cook dinner for you, she said as she brushed away some dirt from her uniform. Ayano, which house will be in? Naruto asked. Mine, Kurenai said. Dinner date. From where Naruto sat, the living room was almost the size of his apartment minus the bathroom and the kitchen. He looked at the walls. He could see some paintings hanged. He looked around, following his feet wherever they lead him to. He stopped to look at some pictures on a table. He saw some of Kurenai's pictures. One picture caught his eye. It was a single photo of Kurenai. She was wearing a purple yukata with a pink ribbon that tied around her waist. She wasn't wearing her hat tight. Her hair was tied in a purple ribbon. He held the picture closely to his eyes so he could see more. As clear as the sun, Kurenai was standing behind a cherry blossom tree, smiling. She kinda looks like the woman in my dream. She can't be, Naruto thought as he continued to gaze upon the picture before him. That picture was taken during a festival. A voice suddenly rang from behind. Naruto quickly placed the frame back on the table and saw Kurenai still standing at the doorway with 2 meals on both of her hands. He probably walked back to the couch where Kurenai was now sitting. Kurenai was about to say dig in when somebody poofed in the living room. Shit, Naruto thought. When the smoke was gone, it revealed 2 people, namely Mitarashi Enko and Yuzuki Higigo. Were we interrupting something? Enko asked, more like teased, while Higigo was looking at Naruto. No, you're not. We were just gonna have dinner when you 2 poofed in. Kurenai said flatly. So we did interrupt something. Enko said, not really listening. Kurenai-chan, who's he? Higigo interrupted. He's my student. His name is Uzumaki Naruto. Oh, Higigo had already heard this Uzumaki Naruto from some fellow ENBU. She remembered how Jiro, her fellow ENBU colleague, got hit by a right unjitsu that was transmitted by this familiar blonde when she happens to be passing by the Hokage's office. What are you girls doing here? Kurenai asked. We just thought we could come and give you a visit, Yuzuki said. Why, you're planning to do something to Naruto-kwan, aren't you, Kurenai-chan? Enko said, eyeing her best friend. What? That is so not you, Kurenai-chan, that is our you. Yuzuki said, acting like she was in panic. Kurenai was red. Red from anger, embarrassment, and you could probably guess that she's also blushing. Even Naruto found himself in a very intimidating situation, him in the middle of 3 women, and considered to be one of the beautiful and deadliest kunohisis in Konoha. Ino, Kurenai-sensei, I'll just go to the kitchen and eat there. I'll leave you with your guests, Naruto said, but before he could even stand, a hand stopped him. He looked at the owner of the hand, which came from the Mitarashi Enko. Nonsense, you can stay here. I doubt that Kurenai-chan here would want you to go. After all, you're already here. Enko gave him one of her maniacal grin that caused Naruto to gulp down something inside of his throat. He's kind of interesting for a kid, but still, who cares? Yugo thought. Naruto started to eat his food. He didn't even notice the stares being given to him by both purple-haired kunohisis while Kurenai was eating and glancing at Naruto, then to Enko and Yugo. Kurenai just simply sighed when she finished eating while Naruto willingly did the dishes. As he washed the dishes, 3 pairs of eyes were watching at him, or rather his back. He just simply left both plates on the rank at his left. By the time he turned around, he saw 3 women looking at him. He cocked an eyebrow and said, "Is there something wrong?" He asked. "No, nothing's wrong," Enko and Yugo said in chorus, whose both cheeks were pink. Karina was stopping herself not to laugh or anything. She never saw Enko, who's always playing on some guy, or Yugo, who's always hard to get a date on since she's an NBU, became embarrassed by some guy at their age group, but by some 14-year-old kid this was really hard not to laugh on. The meal was delicious, sensei, Naruto said, being polite and all. He bowed in front of her. As courtesy, which of course taught by Aika. Kurenai saw him bow at her. Nobody has ever done that to her, not even Asuma or Kakashi. Her train of thoughts flashed fast to prove her theory, but when she found that there was really no living male has or have bowed at her, her theory was proven correct. She didn't even realize that she let out a small blush, but it quickly faded away. "It's getting late, Naruto-kun. You better head home now," Kurenai said. "Thank you for the meal, sensei." With his last statement, he went to the door and waved his goodbye. "I guess I'll go now. I have to go patrol around the village," Enko said. "Yeah, me too, I had duties as well," Yugo said, following Enko from behind. "See ya," Enko said as she waved her hand. "It was nice seeing you and him, your student, Kurenai-chan," Yugo said with a wink, and soon she poofed away. Kurenai was walking to her bedroom thinking about what had happened during her day. She had already changed into her pajamas. Still thinking about her day, she gently lay on her bed. With a heavy sigh, she sat up. It was just a day, come one go to sleep already. "Admit it, Kurenai, you enjoyed it," Enko Kurenai said with her rare appearance. Kurenai didn't even know she had one in herself. "Admit what? I don't even know what you're talking about." Come on, you love his sensei, you even said that." Before Enko Kurenai could continue, Kurenai already beat her up to it. "Stop it. Let me sleep." Kurenai was now struggling from her own self. "Admit it first." "Fine, I enjoyed what happened today and I love his scent. Happy now. I can't believe I'm talking to myself. Ha, I bet you even enjoyed his touch when he was on top of you. Ha ha." Hugo Hinata woke up early as always, gazing up to the white wall she was accustomed to. Her room had been white as far as she can remember. Not even a single bright color can be seen in her room, except white though. Noticing the clock on her desk, it clearly stated 8 a.m. She remembered the little meeting they had yesterday. From there, she decided to head towards the bathroom for a shower. After a couple of minutes, Hinata went to the kitchen for a little breakfast. There she saw her father, who was about to turn a page from his newspaper. She also saw her little sister Hinabi and her cousin Niji. Hinata greeted them good morning and proceeded to take her breakfast. She noted that she still has plenty of time before going to the said training ground. There was the usual awkward silence once again in the Hyugas. "Guy-sensei told us that your team passed yesterday." "Hinata-sama, congratulations," Niji said, breaking the silence. Hugo Hayashi, the Hyuga clan leader, was listening to Niji's words. He pretended not to as he turned another page of his newspaper. "That's good to hear. I don't expect you had the big role in this test," Hayashi said, still looking at his newspaper. Hinata was looking down again. She had expected this. "How did you and your team pass Kurenai-san's test, Hinata-sama?" Niji asked, changing the topic. Hinata started to tell how teammate passed. She started with the detail that Naruto was the one who thought of the strategy. With this information, Hayashi started to listen attentively, pretending once again that this wasn't in his interest. Hinata stated that her teammate, Hiba, started the first attack, and then she stated that she closed Kurenai's Tanketsu as the second attack. Niji smiled at this. Then Hinata started to tell about what Naruto did. Surely enough, this caught everybody's attention. He used a misjutsu. Hayashi. He will be a worthy opponent, worthy indeed. Niji. He's quite strong and smart for his age. Interesting that Naruto Him very interesting. Hanabi. Kiba. Meanwhile, at the Inuzuka household, Inuzuka Kiba was about to open his eyes and then proceeded to sleep again until Akumuro came and started to wake his master with his continuous licking on Kiba's face. He immediately woke up and proceeded to the bathroom for a shower. By the time he was done, he took some clothes from his dresser and noted that it was only 8:30 a.m. In the morning, he sighed and took Akumuro in his fury jacket as always. He headed downstairs, only to meet a wondrous aroma coming from the kitchen. When he was about to enter, he got bumped by his sister Inuzuka Hana. "Watch where you're going, runt," she said as she too was entering the kitchen. Kiba was about to give a retort, but his stomach beat him up to it. He just shrugged. The idea of her sister eating breakfast with him, completely ignoring her in the process. "Are you going out today, Kiba-kun?" Kiba's mother asked. "Hi," he said. "So, you actually passed your Jonin instructor's test?" Hana said, almost disbelieving. "Actually, we did." Kiba shot back. Kiba's mother only sighed. She was about to witness another verbal battle between her daughter and son. "I bet you had the little role during your test, Erunt," Hana said, teasing her little brother. Kiba was growing red in anger until his mother broke the upcoming retort. "Care to tell us how you and your team passed, Kiba-kun?" Kiba's mother said loud enough for them to hear. Kiba narrated what had happened yesterday. He started to tell that Naruto was the one who thought of the plan. Everybody chuckled when he said that he boasted off telling that he can take on Kurenai. Then, he was suddenly interrupted by his sister. "Ha! I knew you were only a distraction," Hana said. Kiba's eyebrow twitched while his hand, or rather his fists, started to crumble like mad. Kiba's mother just sighed and said, "What happened next, Kiba-kun?" She said, changing the topic once again. "As I was saying," he started again, giving them the detail that Hinata closed Kurenai's Tensetsus, and the next was left to Naruto. Naruto used this Suigen Jutsu to catch Kurenai-sensei. It was, Sway. Kiba was thinking of the jutsu Naruto used to catch Kurenai. Surin no Jutsu. Kiba's mother finished his sentence. "Yeah, that's the jutsu," Kiba said as he ate his breakfast. Unknown to him, two people were left thinking about the sudden information they've received. Surin no Jutsu. Quite advanced for his age. Sing. Him. I wonder if he could do more. Interesting. Maybe I could go and take a little visit. Hana. Naruto. Meanwhile, at Naruto's apartment, Naruto, clad in his usual clothing, his orange jumpsuit. He started to prepare breakfast. After making 2 sunny-side-up eggs, 2 bowls of heated ramen, and a big bowl of rice, he placed the food on the table until food. Kakashi entered the apartment like a starved man with droopy eyes. He went straight to the kitchen where Naruto was. Naruto sighed as he saw his Aniki, who had a droopy face, then suddenly turned to an amusing look. Naruto hated that look whenever he saw that look on Kakashi's face and meant trouble for Naruto. He could see his smirk under his face mask as if the said thing wasn't there. They both sat opposite to one another. They'd been like this when Kakashi found out that Naruto can cook. He even asked his Odotu where did he learn it, though Naruto just always changes the topic. "I was on patrol last night," Kakashi started. "Oh," Naruto said, looking at his ramen. "Aren't you going to ask me where?" Kakashi said, smirking under his face mask. At this point, Naruto dropped his chopsticks. He immediately picked it up and said, "Ha! I was patrolling near the park last night and then I saw something quite interesting," Kakashi said with a chuckle. Naruto gulped. "Really? What did you see, Nikon?" Naruto asked. But before Kakashi could answer, somebody knocked at the door. Enko was there waiting after she knocked at Naruto's door. Naruto quickly ran to the door, thanking the gods for the sudden pop-up. By the time he answered the door, he was greeted by a purple-haired Kunoichi. "Mitarashi Enko. What can I do for you, Enko-san?" he asked. Enko just grinned and let herself in. "Oh, I was just near the neighborhood and I just thought I'd drop by and give you a visit," she said, looking everywhere in his apartment. She noticed Kakashi at the kitchen and the food at the table. She helped herself with a bowl of rice and one serving of Naruto's sunny-side-up egg. There goes my egg, Naruto thought with a sigh. He just helped himself with his trusty ramen. Once he was done eating, he told Kakashi that he was going to meet his teammates about something that he didn't know, and with that statement he left his apartment. Enko stood and proceeded to clean the dishes she used, leaving a dumbfounded Kakashi. What? She asked. You clean dishes? He said. I do live on my own, don't I? She said sarcastically and went straight to the door. Kakashi was left staring at the closed door, leaving his egg untouched yet. When he was done, he slowly went to clean the dishes and muttered something about crazy women and proceeded to do his jounin duties. Team Kurenai. It was 9:45 a.m. at the moment. Naruto walked to teammates' training ground. He noticed someone was already there. He saw Hinata with someone that looked like her only. That someone was rather small and has a long black hair similar to Hinata's father. She must be Hinata-chan's sister or something, he thought. He walked up to them and greeted them, which in turn they greeted back. How long have you been here, Hinata-chan? Naruto asked, sitting next to her. I've been here with my sister for just a couple of minutes, she said, more like a whisper. Hinabi was listening to their little conversation. She couldn't help but to feel a little out of place and a little mad because of the way they act as if she wasn't there. I see. Naruto took a glance on Hinabi and said, Hi, the name Uzumaki Naruto, what's yours? He said, offering his hand. Hinabi looked at him and at his hand and then at him and then at his hand again and shook Naruto's hand. Hugo Hinabi, Hinata's younger sister, she said, letting go of his hand. She even commented in her head that his hand was rough yet warm. This probably due to constant training. Hinabi thought. They waited for Kiba and his dog. After 10 minutes, Kiba was there with someone in Toa as well. Naruto and Hinata swear they saw Kiba's eyebrow twitch several times when he walked to them. Good morning, Kiba said, which in turn earned him a few good mornings as well. They looked at the woman behind Kiba. She had the same markings on the face just like Kiba. Kiba noticed their staring at his sister and decided to introduce her to his teammates, much to her sister's delight. 1 hour ago. Why do you have to go with me? Don't you have anywhere to go? Kiba asked annoyingly. What is so wrong if I go there with you? Hana said. You'll just distract me. Kiba shouted. Yeah, dream on, Kiba. As if. Present time. It was soon close to 10 o'clock. Team 8 was waiting quietly for their John and instructor just like yesterday. When their clocks stroked in, they heard a poof only to reveal a grinning Mitarashi ankle. What? She asked. Team 8 just sighed. They thought it was their sensei. As simple as counting 1, 2, 3, their sensei was late. Late is in 30 minutes late. When Karina came, she was clad in her John and uniform and still droopy. She had the surprised look when she saw the new additions, namely Anko, Hana with her dog, and Hanabi. Slept late, Karina, Anko said as she gave a pat on Karina's back. Wonder why? Anko added while she rubbed her chin, acting like she was deep in thought. Karina didn't answer. She remembered herself battling against her in herself and was now blushing. She kept her head low so nobody could see her flushed cheeks. Anko was looking at Karina. She started to giggle that turned to a hysterical laugh. Stop it, Anko-chan. Team 8, let's just go and take our first mission. Karina left, followed by Naruto, Hinata, and Kiba with Akamaru. Anko stopped laughing when Karina left along with her team. While Hana was wondering what's up with Karina, Hanabi, on the other hand, was left once again. She just helped herself back to the Hyuga compound. Mission. Currently, the administration's office, aka the Hokage's office, was quiet, damned quiet in the workers' opinion. In the middle of the room was an old man, preferably. All ninjas looked up to this old man, aka the Sandaime Hokage of Konoha. The Sandaime was with a Chunin named Umino Iraka. They were currently fixing some load of paperworks and mission reports. They heard a knock on the door and immediately the Hokage said, Come in. Soon there was an orange flash came barging in, followed by the rest of Team 8 with their Julin instructor. Hey Sandaime GG, we want our first mission and make it interesting, Naruto said with great enthusiasm in his tone. Interesting mission, huh? Sandaime said with a chuckle. Okay, he added as he went through some mission scrolls. When he found one deranked mission, he gave it to Karinai. You should take your leave soon. That mission is rather long to finish. It might take you a week or two, Sandame said as he gave a wink on his statement while Karinai noticed the Sandame's wink. She immediately excused her team to do their interesting mission just like what the Sandame said. Nah, any. Sensei, what does it say? Do we get to save someone, stop an assassination attempt, or stop some rogue bandits? What is it, Sensei? Naruto asked. Nope, she replied. Just follow me. She added, which all three genins just complied. Shortly, they were in front of a house. It wasn't big either, it wasn't small either. It has a fence in the front that serves as the front gate. It also has a garden in the front of the house to give a little decoration. When the said old man saw the hired ninjas, he greeted them promptly. Immediately, the old man separated the three genins. He pulled Naruto first and led him in front of the fence opposite a garden and gave him a bucket of white paint and a brush. It's all in the wrist, the old man said. Naruto just looked at the brush in his right hand and at the bucket with a blank look. He was muttering something about stupid old geyser at this point. A certain old geyser sneezed in front of his paperwork, causing his signature to get smudged. While Naruto was still looking at the brush at his hand and the bucket of white paint, both girls, namely Karina and Hinata, were led to a garden, obviously to do some gardening, weeding and more weeding. Karina was thankful that Hinata used her beer cooking to make the job easier. With a 360 degrees range of sight, their job was fairly easy enough. The old man was now leaving Kiba with his dog inside his house to do some polishing. It only registered to Kiba when he was pushed semi-dragged inside the living room. From there, he saw the amount of things he was about to polish. Meanwhile, with Naruto, he had a big white paint in front of his jumpsuit after opening the big kin in a clumsy manner. Since there were only 3 people on site, including him, he decided to take off his jacket and put it on the ground. He was only clad in his orange pants and a blue t-shirt. I'm definitely gonna wash up after this, Naruto thought. You better take off your shirt if you don't want it to be smudged as well, the old man said from the side. Naruto complied. He was now half naked as he walked past the old man and the people at the old man's garden, namely, Karina and Hinata. When his back was evident, they could see a tattoo on his back. It looked like wings as the old man, Hinata and Karina thought. Naruto returned to his work. Kgi Bushin no Jutsu, he said. Soon there were 5 clones making the job easier. By the time Naruto was done, he disposed all clones and he also noticed 2 things. 1, it was raging hot. 2nd, there were people staring at him. Do I have something on my face? Naruto asked. It was only the old man who answered. No, you actually did a fine job with the fence, he said. I'll just go and tell my daughter to get you all a drink. The old man left. He must be new in the village. He doesn't even know who I am, Naruto thought. Meanwhile, in the old man's living room, there lies Kiba, who was exhausted from his job. He had polished several pots, vases, and a statue that were antiques and a marble table that has an areometers. When the old man walked past the living room, he saw the kid lying on the floor, with his dog, Akamaru. Hey kid, meet with your friends outside, the old man said, more like a command. When Kiba went outside, he was greeted by a half-naked Naruto. What happened to you? Kiba asked, pointing his index finger to the blonde. My jumpsuit got smudged by the white paint, Naruto said. Oh, Kiba's reply as he sat next to Hinata, who was sitting at the wooden railing at the porch while Karinai was leaning at the wooden column pondering about what she saw a while ago. Meanwhile, in Naruto's mind, yo kid, what's wrong with you? You seem a little quiet, QB said. Nothing, I was just resting, Naruto replied. BH, you never rest, and besides, that job wasn't even fit for your taste, QB said. Naruto chuckled, well, of course in his mind only. Yeah, even in your tastes as well, for ball. I'm off for now, see ya, Naruto said as he broke their link. Refreshments everyone. A new voice came. Apparently it came from a female, probably the old man's daughter. Her name was Sonoko. She had the same raven hair just like her father, while the color of Sunoko's eyes was honey brown, most likely came from her mother. From Karinai's POV, Sunoko must be around her age. And Karinai's age in here is 20. Naruto looked at the woman with a blank facial expression. When she offered him a drink, she saw something that caught her eye. It was Naruto's necklace. "Excuse me?" Sunoko asked, looking at the blonde. Aside from Naruto, the rest of Team Karinai looked at Sunoko. "Did your mother give you that necklace?" Sunoko said, pointing at the necklace. A girlfriend then?" she asked, making the blonde boy blush. "While you already have a girlfriend," Sunoko said with a chuckle. "No," Naruto said, bringing both hands in defense. "Came from my sensei," Naruto added. He had a gut feeling that he had said something wrong, or at least that's what he thought. After the said revelation, Hinata and Kiba looked at their sensei, then to Naruto, and again. It continued until Naruto noticed their constant staring. "No, I didn't mean it like that. The necklace came from my first sensei," Naruto added once again. "How did you know it came from a girl, Nate-chan?" Naruto asked, trying to change the topic. "It's rather simple, actually. Have you tried looking at it closely? If no, then, will you see this gem, or shall I say ruby? Has some interesting silver carvings. Judging by its design, it's made for a girl, and from the way this gem was cut, I'd say it's made for a princess or someone who came from a clan of nobility." Sunoko paused, studying the necklace thoroughly. "Your sensei must have the same eye color with that necklace of yours." When Sunoko saw the young blonde nod, she let go of the necklace. "How do you know these things?" Naruto asked. Well, you see, my father and I travel a lot. We mostly study on symbols and some old stuff. But we decided to take a little vacation for a while." "I see." After several minutes of rest, teammate took their leave. Once they neared an intersection, Hinata decided to take her leave since the said street headed to her house, while Kiba decided to walk with her, leaving Naruto with Karina again. When the said genins walked away, Karina stopped walking, making Naruto to stop as well. "So who was your first sensei, Naruto clan?" Karina started. "Her name is Aika," Naruto responded. "What does she looks like?" Karina asked. "Actually, she kinda looks like you, Karina-sensei." Karina raised her eyebrow. Well, you both have the same eye color and the same hair color. And she's also good in genjutsu just like you, sensei." What were the things she had taught you, Naruto clan? Karina asked, obviously intrigued. Naruto looked down and scratched the back of his head. A signature. Look, whenever Naruto got nervous around someone, Naruto looked up and continued. "She taught me several things like taijutsu, ninjutsu, genjutsu, and even kenjutsu. She also taught me how to cook as well, and some etiquette. Also some things that I didn't know the purpose of it. She just said that it's to keep my emotions in check or something," Naruto said, scratching the left side of his cheek with his index finger. "I see, so when you made that deal, you were ready for the consequences." Karina said. "Wow, yeah, kind of," Naruto said as he scratched the back of his head. Karina sighed, yet she smiled inwardly. "I have to go to the Hokage's office for our mission report. Goodbye, Naruto-kun." With her last statement, she poofed away to the Hokage's office. "See you soon, Karina-sensei," he said under his breath. Mission report. Late afternoon at the Hokage's office. A knock on the door was heard. From the inside, an old man's voice responded with a "come in." Slowly, a new figure walked in. "I take that the mission is complete," the old man known as Sandaime Hokage said. "Hi, Hokage-sama," the Jonin replied in a stern tone. "Tell me, Karinai-san, did something interesting happen?" Sandaime said, turning to lit up his pipe. "Interesting? What could be interesting in a deranked mission?" Karinai thought. "Interesting? Hokage-sama?" Karinai asked curiously. When Karinai saw the old man nod, she recalled what had happened during their mission. "Well, if I may say, it's kind of disturbing and somewhat interesting as well, Hokage-sama," Karinai said. "What was the interesting part?" Sandaime asked. "A while ago, I learned that Naruto-kun had a sensei before me, and he even commented that we had some resemblance." Karinai replied. "Resemblance?" The Hokage thought. "That is quite interesting, Karinai-san. Now tell me, What was it that disturbed you? Sandaime asked. It concerns on Naruto-kun Hokage-sama. Well, by chance me, a villager, and also the rest of my team saw Naruto-kun's back. He had a tattoo that looked like wings on his back. It's as if he has wings and both shoulder blades, Hokage-sama. So it has begun. You should have seen it, my friend. Sandaime thought, making him deep, and thought not even hearing what was Kurenai was saying. Hokage-sama? Kurenai asked. Bring back the old man away from his train of thoughts. Kurenai-san, tell me, has Naruto-kun told you something about his vision being blurry? Sandaime asked. Kurenai was curious to where was this discussion would lead to. Yes, he did, Hokage-sama. She said. When did it happen, Kurenai-san? Sandaime asked. It was before I gave my team their test. Sandaime nodded at the every information he gained. Is there something wrong, Hokage-sama? Kurenai asked, eyeing the Hokage as if she's trying to read the old man's mind. Nothing is wrong, that I assure you. Tomorrow you may get your and your team's pay. Also, could you get Kakashi-kun from me? I've got some things to discuss with him. Sandaime ordered, asked Kurenai. Kurenai only nodded and asked, is this about Naruto-kun? No, this doesn't concern about your student Kurenai-san. Sandaime lied. Kurenai bowed to her superior and poofed away to find the said copy. Deranked missions, the easiest mission a ninja could have. Despite from being the easiest, it is also the lamest. But for Uzumaki Naruto's opinion, it is another step forward in becoming Hokage. Or at least in his mind. He had been contemplating whether these missions are good, to the fact that all you have to do is do simple chores, like buy the groceries, weed the garden, paint fences, fix the roof, deliver some things, or even find someone's cat. This is even way out of his league, much to Cuba's dismay. It has been a week since the rookie Nyan has started doing their missions. Having no luck to their missions, well, what luck can you get in a deranged mission? Outskirts of Konoha. Is the target visible? A man's voice asked. The target is visible. A girl's voice responded. The target is visible. A boy's voice said. The third person in the team replied, didn't reply. Slowly, they walked away from the bushes to catch Kirikin, the said feline who's been missing from Kanehamaru's arms. When the feline detected her spectators, she ran away only to be caught by teammates member Uzumaki Naruto. Kirikin knew her master's friends, that included Naruto in the list. Hey, we were here first, Sakura yelled. But we got the cat first. Kiba shot back. Arterger. Sakura was beyond mad. HN replied the said of Injure. Shino didn't reply once again. Kakashi was back to his beloved orange book with a red / circle at the back telling that it's for adults only. After 5 seconds, the group consists of Kakashi's team and Karina's team were hearing some sound of giggling. Sensei. Sakura yelled, making everybody winced at the pitch of her yell. Huh? Did you say something? Kakashi said, which made Sakura more furious. Sasuke, stoic as ever, just crossed his arms. Anata and Kiba just stared at Team 7. Karina and Naruto just sighed. Kirikin just meowed while Shino just stood there quiet. I think she likes you, Naruto. Anata said, pointing at the cat. I've petted her before whenever I visit Kanenmaru at the Sarutobi compound. Naruto replied, while Kirikin was playing one of Naruto's locks near his neck, making him flinch a little. Ticklish? Inner Karina, I thought. Karina-sensei. Kirikin wants your beloved attention. Naruto said teasingly while Kirikin was reaching for Karina's red sleeve like a baby. Naruto gave the feline to his sensei. As it reached Karina's arms, it was playing one of Karina's locks near her shoulder. When this was happening, everybody was watching in every detail, not giving a damn about what were they seeing, since it's in the nature of the felines to play around as always. But in Kakashi's perverted mind, it had a different aspect. Naruto, it's early Utah to have babies. Kakashi said. Naruto raised an eyebrow. Babies? He said and took a glance on Karina, who had a flushed pink cheeks while Kirikin meowed. Ni-san. Kakashi laughed at his otudo. Mama, let's just go to the Hokage's office to report back our mission. Kakashi said. Wait, did you just say our mission? Does it include them as well? Sakura pointed out. Kakashi simply nodded and said. This is a joint team mission. A joint team mission? Sasuke repeated. And now he tells us. Sakura said. Hokage Tower, one of the most peaceful places in Konoha, especially during noontime. Most workers were doing their respective duties. Some were chatting about where they could hang out after work hours. Others were bushed out due to stress, wanting to get away from all the strain. Let's take for example our beloved Hokage, who already finished a tower of paperwork in a record time. Finally no paperwork today. I can get to enjoy this peace and quiet for once. Sandaime thought, lighting his pipe as he turned to the window revealing the Hokage monument. Much to his dismay, his so-called peace and quiet was taken away easily. The office's door banged open showing Team 7 and Team 8. So much to my peace and quiet, Sandaime thought. Sandaime was thinking whether to pick the C-ranked one or the usual D-ranked one. Don't even think about giving us a D-ranked mission, old man. Naruto added, giving stress on Sandaime's nickname. Sandaime was in panic. He remembered when Naruto used that nickname, the memory already, giving him the nosebleed. But by mere chance, he accidentally picked up the D-ranked mission scroll. Big mistake, old man. Naruto added. Everyone was starting to feel that something was seeping out of the blonde. They all saw Naruto form a hand seal and said, harem no jutsu. Soon there were 8 naked women saying Saratobi-sama, as fast as the speed of sound. The nosebleeds occurred, coming from the raging hormone teenagers, perverted men, and from the perverted old geezer as well. Not long enough, there were medics everywhere helping out. Some were confused like how in Kami's name Didi Shinobi suffered with so much blood loss, and it managed to injure the Hokage and even Kakashi, Konoha's Kapinin. After the chaos brought by the newly formed jutsu, the jutsu has been declared as a kenjutsu, making it forbidden to use. It took the men for almost 20 minutes to revive to their feet. That left the 3 genins who were still unconscious courtesy of Naruto's jutsu. Sakura was helping her dearest Sasuke-kun while Shino was being helped by a medic. Hinata, on the other hand, was looking out for Kiba. Fine, this will be a joint team mission. Team 7 with Team 8. Both Jonins will be in charge. Your mission is to protect a bridge builder named Tazuna, as well as his family. Sandaime gave the mission scroll to Kakashi. Where is this man we're supposed to protect? Karina asked. At the same moment, the said man entered the room, looking at his protectors. Are they the ones who are going to protect me? He said, pointing at the ninjas with his index finger. Yes, they are. Please don't underestimate them. They are more reliable than you think. Sandaime said, I was talking about the brats. Tazuna said, why you dash Naruto was about to attack Tazuna with his fists, but then he was stopped by his sensei, Kurenai. We're not here to kill Tazuna-san. We're here to protect him. Kurenai said then. She turned around to Tazuna. I suggest you take the Hokage's advice if I were you. Kurenai added. The moment Tazuna saw Kurenai's eyes, he could feel his feet being buried to the floor, either from fear or anxiousness. Tazuna got even more nervous when he got suddenly crept up by a half-masked man and told him something about you haven't seen the scariest part. Sandaime coughed a little bit to make known his presence once again. During your trip to Wave Country you will meet someone named Memochi Zabuza. Sandaime said, isn't he the renowned demon of the mist? Kurenai asked. On Sandaime's face there formed a smile. Yes, to everyone's knowledge he is the famous demon of the mist, but he is also one of my so-called contacts at the outside world. It is one of his ways to survive, be one with the hunter, as what he had said to me all those years. Sandaime smiled. Zabuza will lead you on the way there about this. Sandaime said as he pulled another scroll and gave to Kakashi, who eyed the contents of the said scroll. Nami no Zisho, Day 1. Noon. Near the west gate of Konoha, stood an old man, probably in his late 40s. The said old man was with a group of young ninjas who were also waiting as well, just like him, the old man. He noticed something about the group. There was a pink-haired girl who was fawning over this raven-haired boy who was crossing his arms, ignoring the pink-haired girl. There was this weird-looking boy playing with his dog. There were 2 silent kids. The first one was looking down while the other one was different. Tazuna couldn't even tell where he was looking because of his deep, shaded sunglasses. Lastly, Tazuna noticed that he was being watched. He turned around to see who was staring at him, only to find the same blonde-haired boy who was about to attack him earlier. After 10 minutes, they all heard a poof. When the smoke dissipated, it showed teammates. Joun and instructor Yuhi Kurenai. She asked if Kakashi had showed up, but when Kiba said that he saw the copy Nene entering a bookstore on his way to the gate, everybody swear they saw an imaginary vein popping out on Kurenai's forehead. The vein popping only stopped when Kakashi showed up with a new edition of Ika Ika Paradise. Yo, let's go, Kakashi said behind his new orange book. The next thing they knew, they were walking away from the west gate. Kakashi was Shino on the front, Sakura ogling over Sasuke at the back of Kakashi and Shino. Hinata with Kiba at Tazuna's side both, left and right respectively, while at the back were Naruto and Kurenai. As they all walked, none gave a damn about the puddles on the ground, but Naruto did. Kurenai saw the ones at the front stopped walking, especially Kakashi. She too stopped and saw Naruto standing in front of numerous abnormal puddles. The next thing they saw was a blur. Everybody was caught up with a blur that turned into a group of ninjas and samurais. There were 4 ninjas particularly from the hidden village of the mist and 4 samurais that came from the hidden village of the rock. They were so caught up that no one realized that one member of their group was captured quite easily, much to her dismay. Give us the old man and this won't get messy, the leader said, pointing at Tazuna with his katana. What if we don't? Kakashi replied. She dies, the leader said, pointing to the captured Kurenai. Sensei. Teammate cried. They were in a battle position ready to rescue their sensei. Nobody moves. If one of you moved, we'll kill you instead, leaving the old man and this exotic woman of yours to us, the leader said as he grinned manically. With this said, all the enemies were moving near Team 7 and Team 8. Naruto loosened up and he moved. The enemy leader's eyes shot at the blonde who was doing something with his hands. It didn't register to the leader's eyes. It was like a fast blur. The fool, what the heck was he thinking, forming hand seals when someone is ready to stab him at the back? The leader thought. They could all see Naruto stabbed at the back by the enemy being thrown at the side of the nearby forest. Naruto beat. Kurenai witnessed everything. She was still shaking from the fact that Naruto was stabbed in front of her. She could feel some beatings inside of her that she couldn't even comprehend. Beat. Can't be. Beat. Naruto-kun's dead. Beat. Impossible. Beat. It must be a genjutsu. Beat. But how come I didn't detect it? Beat. I should have stopped it from happening. Beat. The sound of beatings didn't stop. It only took its pace even further, and soon it became more ragged. What's the matter, Scarito Jukin? The leader asked behind Kurenai's ear. If I get loose from you, I swear I'm going to kill you, Kurenai said with gritted teeth. Let's see you try. The leader Mothin now freed Jounin. Currently, both Jounins, Kakashi and Kurenai were fighting against the enemy ninjas, while the 5 Genins were defending Tazuna's life against 4 samurais. Sakura and Hinata were both at Tazuna's side. Kiba and Akamaru already formed the Jijin Bushin. Shino was calling out his Kikai bugs. At the same time, Sasuke formed a set of hand seals and called out, Katan, Gakakyu no Jutsu. Once the flames were off, there was only one samurai left. Kiba used his Gazuga to their last enemy, wanting to make his opponent to feel the loss he received. Meanwhile, both Kakashi and Kurenai were trying to fend off the flying shurikens heading their way. This is beginning to be child's play, the enemy ninja said as he formed a series of hand seals and said, Sutan, Sukuden no Jutsu. Kakashi was about to cast the jutsu the moment he saw the upcoming barrage of water until he heard a familiar voice shout out, Sutan Surgeon Hiki. Soon, both Johnins were seeing a wall of water in front of them. They both turned and saw the caster, Naruto, with somebody in tow. When the water dissipated, it revealed 5 ninjas, 3 leaf ninjas and 2 mist ninjas. The enemy ninjas stepped back when they saw the new additions, namely Mamakisabusa and Haku, and its female Haku. What's the matter? You all looked like you've seen a ghost. Zabusa said as he picked up his sword, Kabakiri Hocho, from his back bringing it forth. Haku, Zabusa called out. Haku slowly walked up to the enemy ninjas while in her right hand held 4 needles for each enemy ninjas. Perfect number, Haku thought. With one shot, Haku managed to slay a single ninja with her keen shot at its neck. 1 down, 3 to go. Haku said behind her mask. 3 needles were left in her hands, but this time she fired them all together, making the enemy ninjas lifeless before her. Zabusa noticed the blonde kid next to him as if the blonde was flinching or something. What's the matter, kid? Zabusa asked. And nothing. Naruto managed to stutter before he fell unconscious. Why, kid, you okay? Zabusa said. Everybody's attention flew to them. Both Kurenai and Kakashi ran up to them to see if Naruto was okay, while the genins walked to them, but Kakashi told them not look. Meanwhile, Kurenai, Haku, and Zabusa were beside Naruto. They saw the stab near Naruto's left shoulder. Kurenai didn't imagine that the stab passed through his body. Slowly, they all saw a small tint of red chakra coming out of his body, healing his wounds perfectly. But something was off. Naruto had not yet awakened from his unconsciousness. Kakashi walked up to them and carried Naruto at his back. He looked at Tazuna with both of his eyes, revealing his spinning Sharingan to the man before him. Explain yourself. You only ordered protection from rogue bandits animals, but you never spoken of enemy ninjas. This mission is clearly a high-level C-ranked mission. Not only that, this mission managed to hurt my little brother. At the mention of little brother, Tazuna looked at the kid Kakashi was carrying and looked down. Now I tell you again, explain yourself, Tazuna-san. Kakashi said. Tazuna started to tell the whole group about what has been happening in Wave Country, including Gato, who wants Tazuna dead for making this bridge that will corrupt his Gato business. Tazuna, Zabusa said as if tasting the name. Tazuna looked at the famous demon of the mist with bullets forming at the side of his face. Kakashi, if that kid wakes up, he'll probably tell us to continue this mission. Zabusa said as he looked at Kakashi and turned to look at Kurenai. Right? Zabusa asked, looking at Kurenai, who only nodded and looked worried too. Her student. Besides, I'm sure Tazuna-san here will have to pay the full amount for your mission. Right? Tazuna-san. Zabusa said with earned him a nod from the bridge builder. Zabusa walked forward with Haka leading the way while Kakashi followed behind. Kurenai and the others walked next to them. Wait, you're going to help us? Kakashi asked, bringing down his highlight to hide his left eye. Right, you are. I believe Monkey told you about this. Am I right? Zabusa said. Kakashi pondered for a while. When Zabusa said Monkey, Zabusa actually meant Saratobi. Saramon's monkey. Kakashi thought. Yes, he did. Kakashi said. Just our luck. Everything seems to take its place. Don't you think? Zabusa said as he walked to the near boat with a man in it. It's rather peaceful yet disturbing in here. Kurenai thought while Naruto was sound asleep at her lap. Both of them were at the back while the ones at the front were Kakashi and Zabusa, followed by Haku, Tazuna and Shino. Next to them were Sasuke and Sakura, followed by Hinata and Kiba, and the ones at the back as well, including the driver of the boat. Some were thinking about what had happened earlier. Let's take for example, that was the Sharingan. Kakashi-sensei had the Sharingan. Sasuke, this boy is a demon vessel, just like Haku. Zabusa, he's just like me. Haku, what was that feeling a while ago? Felt like my heart was beating hard and fast. Kurenai, took them 20 minutes to arrive at the shoreline of the Wave Country. The first thing they saw was the fair treatment the villagers had. Some were poor. Some were lucky to have homes, as they call it. Soon they were in front of Tazuna's house. It wasn't small or big. It was perfect for the old man and his family. Welcome to my humble home, Tazuna said. Once they entered, Tazuna was greeted by her daughter, Tsunami. Father, what took you so long? She asked, bringing her hand to her hip as she waited for her father to reply. Oh well, you see, I have to ask for some help. Tazuna said as he pointed at the ninjas behind him. After a couple of minutes, the Genins were at the living room, resting or talking. How do you think Naruto's doing? Hinata asked her teammate. He'll be fine. Plus, Kurenai Sensei is with him, remember? Kiba said as he made sure that Hinata won't get worried too much. I guess you're right, arigato Kiba-kun. Hinata said, letting the kun slip from her mouth. She noticed Kiba looked away as he waved his hand saying it's nothing with flushed pink cheeks. Meanwhile, at the front porch of Tsunami's house, Kakashi and Zabusa with Haku were. They're talking. Mostly about shinobi stuff and their mission, but their topics suddenly changed by Zabusa. Your brother, what's his name? Zabusa said. Naruto. Uzumaki Naruto. Kakashi said. He's quite interesting if you asked me. Zabusa said. Kakashi cocked an eyebrow and left the porch. Kakashi was soon followed by Zabusa with Haku in tow. At the same moment in the guest room, Kurenai was watching Naruto sleep on his futon. Naruto hadn't showed any interest in waking up for quite some time now in his watcher's opinion. A minute had passed. Kurenai noticed Naruto's breathing was becoming ragged and his chest was rising rather high. Naruto, Kurenai said in panic. She suddenly noticed Naruto's eyes were opening slowly. Naruto slowly sat up and saw his sensei, with an expression he hadn't seen before. It was a mix of sadness, hurt, happiness, and shock. The next thing he knew, he was caught off guard as Kurenai pulled him into a hug. What were you thinking? You had me worried so much. Naruto heard Kurenai say. I am sorry. Naruto said as he returned the hug back. Is she crying? She is. Oh God, what did I do? Kurenai-chan. Please don't cry. Naruto said. Unknown to him, he let out the chan in Kurenai's name. At the same time, Kakashi, Zabusa and Haku were watching the couple's lovely session as to what Kakashi had named it. This is quite interesting. Don't you think, Zabusa-san? Kakashi said with a smirk under his face mask, letting Naruto and Kurenai know their presence. The moment they heard Kakashi's voice, they let go of each other. Kurenai sat up and looked down at the floor, wishing to get sucked by the earth. She hated when Kakashi gets to his teasing mode. Zabusa grinned at the event he had witnessed. He looked at Kakashi and said, Yeah, very interesting indeed, Zabusa said, putting a stress mark on every word. How are you feeling, Naruto-kun? Haku asked behind her mask. I feel fine. Who are you anyway? Naruto asked. My name is Haku. I'm Zabusa's sister. Haku said as she revealed her smiling face to the young blonde. What? Naruto said, almost shouted. You don't even look close to him. I don't see any family resemblance between the both of you. Naruto said rather loudly that made the man called Zabusa twitch his eyebrow rather at a fast speed. Baka. I adopted Haku back when she was still a child. Zabusa said. Oh, that's probably the reason why she wouldn't look close to you. She's too pretty to be your sister. Naruto said as she tried to stand up with success. By the time he was on his feet, Naruto noticed Zabusa's twitching eyebrow, but he didn't notice Haku's flushed cheeks. After a couple of hours, Naruto found himself in front of the dining table with everybody else. Naruto sighed, not really knowing why. What are you sighing about, Kit? Kyubi asked to his jailer. It's nothing for ball. I just missed the ramen back at Konoha. Naruto replied. The ramen or the ramen girl, what was her name? Kyubi said with a grin on his face. I am? It's not her, it's the ramen, okay. That I assure you. Naruto replied. Who's acting guilty? Kyubi said with a chuckle. You for ball, I am not acting guilty. Naruto said in defense. Maybe it's those purple-haired kunahisis. I can't blame you. They're quite beautiful if you asked me. Kyubi stopped and took a look at his jailer who had a blank look on his face. It's not them. It's the ramen, okay. Ramen as an RAME and ramen. Naruto said. Right, blame it all to the cup of noodles. Kyubi stopped while his jailer sighed in his mind and in the real world as well. Okay, so what about you and your Kurenai-chan? Kyubi added, making the real Naruto to become red if not redder. Ha! It is her. I knew it. I knew it. Kyubi singed inside Naruto's mind, singing something with the only lyrics as I knew it. I knew it. Unknown to Naruto, some people in the dining area were starting to get worried to the young blonde. Naruto hadn't touched his food for quite a while now. Naruto. Kurenai patted his shoulder. She could see him, flush red. In her mind she was wondering what was happening to him. After 5 seconds, Naruto looked up and saw his sensei looking at him. Yes, sensei? Naruto asked with innocent eyes. Kurenai sighed. Otudo, are you feeling well? You haven't touched your food. Kakashi said in behind. I'm fine. I was just thinking about something Nikon. Naruto said as he picked up his spoon and started to eat his porridge. After an hour or so, Tazuna decided to go to the market to buy some groceries since they were running short in their stocks. Tazuna told Kakashi that he will be out for some groceries with Naruto to stretch his muscles as what the old man suggested. Currently, with Naruto and Tazuna stopped and looked at the ninja before him. Naruto had this questioning look on his face that said, "What are you thinking, old man?" kind of look. Tazuna held out his gross list and a few bills from his wallet and gave it to Naruto. Buy them, I'll just watch you. Tazuna said, what? Naruto said, but reluctantly he just took both items from Tazuna. Naruto looked at the list that contained 3 PCS of radish, 5 PCS of eggs, 2 kilos of meat, pork and fish, 1 kilo of tofu, 1 kilo of shrimp, 2 packs of nori. Tazuna-san, I don't think these 1,500.00 rios is enough for all of these. Naruto said as he was pushed and semi-dragged to their first stop, the vegetable shop. Naruto looked at the person guarding the store. He noticed that it was a girl, probably Haku's age, was looking at him as well. The girl wasn't glaring at him just like the villagers do when he was going buy stuff for his apartment. This was different. It has something in it that Naruto couldn't put his finger in it. Naruto was about to ask the price for the radish when someone interfered. 2 samurais that had similar clothing with the ones who had attacked yesterday came. The sound of sword clashing with the air brought Naruto's polite face down to something else. Naruto told Tazuna to stay beside the girl behind her shop. Naruto loosened his stance. Everybody saw Naruto's feet bouncing and his face was neutral, not giving any emotions to his opponent. What are you trying to do? Mock us to death. The bald samurai said. The said bald samurai was readying himself as well. He ordered his comrade to do it as well, but he was too dumbfounded when his comrade's katana was gone. This is quite a beautiful sword, if you asked me. The bald samurai looked at the owner of the voice, which belonged to the blonde boy who took a kenjutsu stance as well. Can we do this fast? I have to buy these groceries. Any? Naruto said in his natural tone. Silence filled the marketplace. Everybody was looking at them, and to the blonde boy who had managed to snag the opponent's katana. They all had the same thoughts running in their minds like the bald samurai. How the heck did he do that? Take him out, the other enemy samurai said. It rang to the bald samurai's mind like a big boom. He attacked Naruto fast, but he noticed that he just slashed the air as if the said blonde boy wasn't there. On top of you, the bald samurai's comrade shouted. But before the bald samurai could look, he already felt the earth on his face and a slight lump on the back of his head. What the? He managed to say before passing out. As for the other enemy samurai, Naruto threw back his sword, making the samurai fall backwards. He immediately got up and carried his comrade away from the blonde dangerous boy, as he had commented in his mind. Once Naruto saw that the enemies were gone, he turned back to his polite facade to Tazuna and to the storekeeper, who had, by the way, hearts on her eyes just like the other storekeepers. After a couple of minutes, both Tazuna and Naruto went back to Tazuna's house with 2 fully loaded grocery bags in each arm. By the time they entered the house, they were greeted with questioning looks on their faces. Where's the feast, Tazuna-san? Kakashi asked. You didn't spend all the money, didn't you, father? Tsunami said as she looked at the grocery bags. Oh, it's how shall I say this? I got a lot of discounts today, Tsunami said. Discount? Since when do those ladies ever give you a discount? Tsunami asked, eyeing her father. At this point everybody was in the kitchen, hearing their conversation. Oh, Naruto did it, actually. Tsunami said, making Naruto scratch the back of his head. Your brother is quite lucky with the females, if I may add. Tsunami said to Kakashi rather loudly. That made everyone in the room look at the blonde who fighting not to blush at the moment. How did you do it? Kiba asked. Do what? Naruto said, still not getting what was the main topic. You've managed to get really rare high discounts. How did you do it? Tsunami asked. I guess I just walked up to the storekeeper and asked how much does it cost? Naruto said. Right. Kiba said. Did they ask you something? Tsunami asked. Actually, they did. They asked me if I was a relative of yours, but then to Tsunami said I was a visiting relative of yours. Do you believe that? But then some were asking for my name, age, where I live, but they got disappointed. With the age though. But then again they asked me if I was interested in older women. Noriko said. So what was your answer? Haku asked. Naruto said as he was in a thinking position. My answer was, I don't know. Since I really don't know what they were talking about, hee. Hey, what's wrong with you guys? You all had the same expression with the ones at the market. Noriko said. Kakashi laughed and caught Naruto by the neck, brushing his hair in the process. Come on, you and your teammates will train with us today. Kakashi said. Outside to Tsunami's house, there stood Team 7 and 8 along with Sabuza and Haku. All of the genins sat at the ground while the others were different. Kakashi was explaining to the genins something about tree climbing and chakra control until someone was yawning. Kakashi looked who was disturbing his class only to find Naruto yawning and covering his mouth as he yawned. Naruto, Kakashi yelled and took out a kunai and threw it to the said blonde who managed to catch it attentively. Go and climb that tree without using your hands. Now, Sasuke smirked at this. You're not so great now, are you? Do? Sasuke thought. Naruto got to his feet and went to the said tree. He crouched a little, bringing both of his feet apart. He formed a tiger seal and started to store enough chakra to his feet. Once he had enough chakra, he started to run up to the tree and then he began to walk up to reach to the top. He could see everybody from the top. He backflipped and caught a branch and another branch until he reached the lower part of the tree, the ground. Most of the genins were telling him, how did you do that? And that was amazing, something like that. Naruto threw back the kunai to Kakashi, who caught it easily. Meanwhile, Sakura could swear her crush was glaring at Naruto. He's been acting weird since yesterday, Sakura thought. Her reverie was cut off when Kakashi patted her at the back. Behind him was Hinata and Haku. You're going with him. Practice your tree climbing at that side, Kakashi said as he pointed at the other side of the clearing, namely the right side of the training ground. On the left side were the boys while at the right were the girls. At the girls' side, Haku was the first one to finish the exercise, followed by Hinata and Sakura at the same time. At the boys' side, Naruto was the first since he had done it in front of their eyes. Kiba and Shino was next to finish. Naruto had offered Sasuke help, but the Uchiha Soul Survivor refused it quite arrogantly. Instead, Sasuke challenged Naruto to a fight. Fight me, Sasuke said. Naruto looked at Sasuke as if he'd gone crazy. Ha, he said. I said fight me, Uzumaki Naruto, Sasuke said as he pulled out his Fumishuriken. Kakashi and Kurenai were about to stop the upcoming fight between their students, but Zabuza stopped them and said, Don't I want to see what Naruto-kun will do about this mess? Zabuza said, reluctantly. Both Jounin stood their ground and watched at their students. No, I won't fight you. You're not my enemy, Sasuke, Naruto said in the calm tone. Sasuke could see Naruto's calm features, but to him it has a different story in it. How dare he act all calm on me? Is he making fun of me? I and Uchiha, Sasuke thought. Sasuke didn't reply any further. He just attacked at Naruto with his Fumishuriken in hand. Naruto quickly sidestepped away from Sasuke, who already gained his posture from his recent attack. What did I do now? Naruto thought as he blocked the upcoming projectile that was targeted at his head. Sasuke, stop at this instant. Naruto raised his voice, but it only fell to deaf ears. Soon Naruto saw a familiar set of hand seals. Naruto quickly formed his own set. When Sasuke shouted, Katan Gakakyu no Jutsu and let out a large ball like flames through his mouth. Naruto did the same. Only he called out was Katan Ryoka no Jutsu. Totally covered the grand fireball by a large flame dragon. Once the flames were out, Naruto stopped to observe Sasuke. The said Uchiha prodigy was forming another set of hand seals, but Kakashi was already. They're stopping the fight, much to Zabuza's dismay. That's enough, Sasuke, Kakashi said as he held Sasuke's arm. Sasuke glared at his sensei with his newly formed Sharingan that had 2 Kamazen each eye. Then he walked back to Tazuna's house, followed by Sakura behind. Naruto looked at Sasuke's retreating back. His eyes tell everything, but what was it trying to tell? Naruto thought. His train of thoughts was suddenly cut off when Kiba was shaking the hell out of him. That was amazing, Naruto. You beat the hell out of that bastard, Kiba said as he continued to shake his blonde friend. Kiba-san, I think Naruto-san had enough with your shakes, Shino said, making Kiba stop with wide eyes, as well as Naruto, who had gotten away from Kiba's grip. He too stared at the young Aburane with wide eyes. Shino, on the other hand, raised his eyebrow. Have you realized that you let out a couple of words with numerous syllables in it? Naruto said, still disbelieving. Thank you for the observation, Naruto-san, Shino said. There it goes again, Naruto said. Honestly, Shino, why not talk a lot? Kiba asked. This caused everybody's attention to them, since they know that Shino doesn't talk much. I simply talk when it's needed, Shino said. Right. Naruto and Kiba. Everybody's attention altered when they heard someone was calling out for them. Dinner's ready, Tsunami shouted. Once they entered the dining area, they saw Tsuna's seated at the middle, while the one next to him was new to the group size. They all saw Sasuke and Sakura entered the room. The one next to Tsuna's glared at the ninjas. It matches with Yuga Haishi's glare and Hinata's opinion. Why bother helping us? You all will end up dead anyway, the boy said. Naruto had too much of arrogance in one day. Let's just say Naruto snapped. The one who was seated next to Tsuna's was no longer seated in his chair, but rather he was raised against the wall through the collar by Naruto. We ending up dead, yes sure, but at least we died with a fight. Unlike you, who would probably cry and do nothing, Naruto said. Before him was a boy, trying not to cry. Once Naruto let go the boy, the said boy cried away, running back to his own room. I lost my appetite. I am sorry about the commotion, Naruto said, walking away. I'm sorry about Inari, Tsunami said. Is he always like that? Karina asked. Tsunami shook her head. No, he was a cheerful boy, but when his father died. Tsunami looked down, not wanting to remember some unwanted memories. Suna looked at his daughter with remorse in his eyes. He knew her husband's death hadn't stopped plaguing her and her son's memories. Dinner went with an eerie silence. The only thing that can be heard was the steam being produced by the rice cooker. After dinner, Tsunami decided to take Inari's meal to his room. Meanwhile, Kakashi separated the group once again, the girls at the right and the boys at the left. He told them to sleep early, since in the next day Tsuna will have to go to the construction site where the bridge is being built. Later that evening, Kakashi, Kurenai and Zabuza with Haku planned to take the night's watch, seeing as it wasn't safe for Tsuna's family to be left unprotected even at their sleep. Kakashi and Zabuza were at the backyard, while Kurenai was at the front porch. Haku, on the other hand, was at the roof surveying the ones below. Kurenai was leaning at the wall at the front porch. She had been guarding there for almost 15 minutes now. She thought that she had heard some footsteps from the inside until the sound became more defined. Did somebody come in unnoticed? Kurenai thought. She formed a series of hand seals and whispered a jutsu that made her invisible. Once Kurenai managed to come inside, she concealed her chakra as low as possible. By the time she saw the source of the noise, she stopped walking. She noticed a familiar voice talking with itself. Kurenai walked closely to see who was there at this mere moment. Says, she always tells me to seek the underneath of the underneath. His eyes tell everything, but I can't still see it. What would you do if you were at my place, Hazensai? A voice said, to no one in particular. Kurenai took this moment to enter the scene. Have you tried harder? Kurenai asked. This caused the owner of the voice to turn to see who was there behind him. Kurenai-sensei, Naruto said. Can't sleep? Kurenai asked. Naruto only shook his head in response. He saw her walk outside the front door. Soon he followed her. It was 2 o'clock in the early morning at that time. Cold air was present. It made the night chilly. Naruto tucked out his jacket and placed it on Kurenai, who was seating at the stairway of the front porch. Kurenai, on the other hand, was caught off guard when Naruto placed his jacket on her. She looked at him with a tint of pink on her face. When she remembered what she had done back at the guest room, she was now trying not to blush furiously. She was thankful that Naruto's jacket served as a cover from her blush. Took her at least 20 minutes to gather or to complete her speech, but when she was about to speak, she saw Naruto, asleep, leaning at the wooden rails face down. Kurenai smiled at this. She gently placed Naruto's jacket on him as he continued with his slumber beside Kurenai. Nami no Zisho Day 2. Morning. Breeze? Calm. Cool and gentle. It flowed softly, making the leaves swirl in various directions. At the same moment, the sun chose to rise up and to make known its presence. Slowly, the cool breeze and the warmth coming from the sun, coupled together, harmonizing, making a new feeling. The morning rays slowly crept its way to the residents' eyes, making them awake. Some grunted sighed while some shrugged. Meanwhile, outside Tazunai's door, a certain blonde gradually opened his eyes. He noticed that he had fallen asleep outside Tazunai's door. He saw his jacket on him as if someone had placed it while he was sleeping. He remembered he had placed it on Kurenai. He can even smell a hint of her scent in his jacket. And Naruto, did you sleep here outside Tazunai's house? Kiba said as he walked to his blonde friend with Anata behind. Of course not, I just woke up early, that's all. Naruto said, not really wanting to tell the truth. Right? Tsunami-san said that breakfast will be ready soon. When Naruto heard the word breakfast, that was an audible grumble, audible enough for teammate to hear. Naruto just scratched the back of his head while on his face was a sheepish grin on it. You shouldn't have skipped dinner last night, Naruto. Anata said while Akamir barked in agreement. Come on, let's go in. I can already smell Tsunami-san's cooking, Kiba said as he placed his young pup on the floor. Soon, the dining area was filled with people and dog for Akamir's case. Tazuna announced that he will be at the construction site after breakfast. Both Leaf Junins agreed to take Tazuna at the construction site with Zabuza, but this time, Haku won't be with Zabuza. Haku was ordered to stay here with the other Janins to guard and protect Tazuna's family just in case Gator decided to take them as hostages. Haku interrupted their plan and said, why not put Tsunami's family and the villagers in a secluded place? I'm sure once Gator decided to attack, he won't care about the casualties. The workers and the villagers will be at stake as well, Haku said. Once Haku was finished with her speech, a loud gong was heard. Tsunami knew what was that gong for. The ninjas looked at the bridge builder and asked what that was about. Tazuna looked at them with beads of sweat forming on his forehead. He had the same look back when he saw Karina's eyes. This Gator, he's at the construction site, Tazuna said. Meanwhile, at the said bridge site, Gator's men, ranging from bandits, swordsmen and Nukonins were at the site, caused the workers to flee out of fear. Once the workers were about to reach the end of the bridge, they all saw a group of ninjas with Suna and his family in tow. Both Leaf Jonins and Miss Ninja stayed to protect the bridge, while the Genins were ordered to place the villagers and the workers as well as Tsuna's family in a safe clearing. When Zabuza formed a familiar set of hand seals in Kakashi's opinion, Kakashi turned to Sasuke and Kiba. Sasuke, Kiba, both of you will be in charge of the villagers' safety, Kakashi said and turned to Hinata. You will lead them to a safe place. 3 Genins nodded their heads. The Genins ran with Hinata leading the way. It only took them at least 3 minutes to find a safe spot. They were contemplating whether some of them will have to go back to help their senses. Shino and Kiba decided to stay to protect the others while Naruto and Sasuke agreed to go back and help. Sakura was about to say that she wants to go with Naruto and Sasuke, but Naruto beat her up to it. Hinata should come with. Her Byakugan can see through the myths Abusazen had made. Naruto said. Sakura was about to complain, but when she saw Sasuke's eyes turn into something different, she just nodded in response. Naruto saw Sasuke's eyes. There he saw the sharing gun. Sasuke had 2 commas on each eye. Ayano, we should hurry up to help back our senses. Hinata whispered loud, enough for them to hear. Without thinking, they all run fast to the bridge where the fight had already begun. At the bridge, Kakashi with his Chitorai was attacking one of the Nukonins. Zabuzu with his Kubikiri Hocho was currently blocking the attacks of 3 swordsmen. Haku managed to kill most of the bandits with her Maku Hayushu. Karina with her Kokoangio no Jutsu. She managed to slay at least 2 Nukonins with her Genjutsu. Zabuzu was about to say to Gata give up, until they all heard a vaguely loud thump that made the bridge quake. Now, behind Gata was a giant which everyone thought. The genin group that consists of Hai Hinata, Uchiha Sasuke, and Uzumaki Naruto came. They managed to see who their superior's opponent was. From their point of view, that being was beyond enormous. He's taller than Gai-san. Naruto. What the heck? Sasuke. Hinata. I like you all to meet Okabu, your doom. Gata smiled and left with his attendant. He waved a farewell to the ninjas at the bridge as he escaped in his boat. Kakashi surveyed the one in front of him and his comrades. From what he can tell, this match will be different. Why left a single man to fight with us? Gata only used those men a while ago to make us exhausted for this major fight. How could I not see it? Darn it, Kakashi thought. He looked at Zabuzu, who was looking at him as well. Haku was looking at her Nikki. From what she could see, Zabuzu and Kakashi had a plan under their sleeves. Zabuzu tightened his grip on his Kabakiri Hocho, while Kakashi formed a set of hand seals and held his right wrist. After a couple of seconds, a sound of creaking can be heard all over the place. Zabuzu looked at Kakashi, who nodded in response. With a fast blur, Kakashi and Zabuzu attacked at the man before them. Kakashi on the top with his Kaidori, while Zabuzu below with his Kabakiri Hocho. Everybody would have thought that their attack would be a success, but on the contrary it failed miserably. Okubo caught Kakashi by the arm, while Zabuzu's attack was blocked only by Okubo's arm shield. What the? He should be cut in half, not like this, Zabuzu thought. His reverie was cut off when he and Kakashi got thrown to the wooden railings of the bridge, making them unconscious in the process. Haku ran for Zabuzu while Naruto ran for Kakashi. Kurenai was about to stop Naruto, but Okubo moved in, giving Kurenai a knee kick on her stomach. The force and pressure made her cough blood and flew back, but Okubo managed to catch her by the hair, making Kurenai wince in pain. Hinata managed to shout out Kurenai's name out of fear. Haku, Hinata. Sasuke were about to attack, but something was off. They couldn't move. Kubo looked at them with a sly smile on his face. Can't move? This technique is called Kanashibari no Jutsu. Surprised? I see, Kubo said. Okubo saw the blonde boy glaring at him as if the said blonde was trying to pierce Okubo's eyes. You care for this pitiful woman? Okubo smirked and looked at Kurenai's features with malice in his eyes as he licked the trickle of blood from her chin. This caused Naruto to get even more enraged. Why won't you try and catch her then? Naruto watched as Okubo raised Kurenai once again. Okubo clenched his fist and did something unforgivable in Naruto's opinion. Okubo punched Kurenai at the stomach, making her fall off the bridge. Naruto didn't have to think any other things. He ran after Kurenai, who was on the process of falling. He jumped down to raise forward to her body. Once he had held her safe, he changed their position so that he could break her fall, since he knew that Kuba could heal him. Naruto, Kurenai managed to stutter. She could see her surroundings were upside down. It was until now that she remembered what that bastard Okubo did to her. She noticed the position they were in. Oh no. If we reach the bottom, Naruto-kun will receive the blow. Kurenai thought as she tried to change it, but to no avail. Naruto was holding her tight. His eyes were closed as if waiting for the blow to occur. Back with Kakashi and Zabuza, they managed to recover back in time and saw Naruto jump down the bridge to catch Kurenai. Kakashi noticed Haku, Hinata, and Sasuke immobilized. From where they stood, he immediately countered the said jutsu, freeing the three of them. Zabuza took his chance to challenge Okubo in an all-out Kenjutsu match while Kakashi made sure that the others were okay. With Shino, Kiba, and Sakura, they took notice that Inari was on top of a table shouting for attention. Tsunami was telling Inari to go down from there, but Inari was still shouting until he got everyone's fair attention. "What's the matter with you?" a villager asked. Inari just glared at the villager and said, "Listen up. Our friends are out there risking their lives just to save us. We should go there and help them." Inari shouted. "But what can we possibly do?" another villager asked. "We fight with all we've got," Inari said. He could some villagers murmuring about something. Tazuna was about to say something when a villager yelled, "Let's show them what we've got." Soon there were people walking to the bridge. They could see Zabuza fighting with an enormous enemy even bigger than Zabuza. In the meantime, Kurenai was in panic. Panic for her life and panic for Naruto. He hadn't responded in all of her callings. Kurenai could see the water below them clearly, but something was off. They stopped just before they could hit the water. She could hear Naruto panting, and above all she could see a pair of black wings and Naruto's back. "Kurenai-sensei, how are you feeling?" Naruto asked as he shifted their position. They were floating above the water. Kurenai hadn't answered yet. She was still looking at his black wings. "I take it that you're all right," she heard him say. Soon they were flying up to the bridge. Once they got there, they both saw Zabuza being thrown to the wooden railings again. Kakashi noticed Naruto's and Kurenai's presence, but his line of sight was focused to Naruto, who had a pair of black wings on his back. Okubo noticed the blonde boy and the woman he abused a while ago. He took this opportunity to charge at them. He tightened his grip on both of his axe. Kakashi noticed this. He was about to warn Naruto and Kurenai until, "What the?" Okubo said. In front of him was the said blonde and the woman. Only they were covered by the blonde boy's wings. Okubo moved back and saw the wings were slowly revealing Naruto with Kurenai. Naruto walked to Okubo, who stepped back for every step Naruto did. "You," Okubo heard Naruto say. Naruto took another step. By the time his ankle reached the ground, he vanished in thin air. Okubo was frankly looking everywhere. The only thing that he did see was a flash of yellow and black. Everybody saw Naruto spun vertically. Naruto managed to kick Okubo at the jaw 2 times as he spun. Okubo immediately collected himself. He saw Naruto forming a set of hand seals and shouted, "Right ton, Shurei no Jutsu, lightning release, lightning strike technique." The moment the technique was released, Okubo could see a dragon-shaped lightning coming his way. Unfortunately for Okubo, the technique closes its target for a sure kill. As a result, Okubo lay lifeless on the floor while Naruto fell to his knees, unconscious, as his wings dissipated as well. At the very same moment, the villagers and other leaf ninjas came. They managed to witness how Naruto defeated the man before him, Okubo. After the bridge incident, the villagers decided to name the bridge as the Naruto Great Bridge, much to Inari's perseverance. Nabankari aftermath. Noon, outside Konoha Hospital stood 3 people. The first one carried flowers in her arms. The second one carried plastic bags with bento boxes in it. The third one carried an orange book in his hand. Once they walked inside the said hospital, they went straight to the nurse's counter to ask for their friend brother's room number. After a couple of minutes, they were at the 3rd floor corridor. Of all the strange things that they had seen in their entire life, was different from this one. Before them was Kanahigakuno's Sato's Sandaime Hokage, Sarutobi, listening, eavesdropping intently behind Uzumaki Naruto's door. "Hokage-sama, what are you doing?" Sandaime heard a woman's voice say. By the time Sandaime turned, he saw Hitaki Kakashi, Yuzuki Yugyugo, and Mitarashi Anko. looking at him with a questioning look on their faces. But before he could answer, Naruto's door swung open, revealing Yui Kurenai. She looked at the newcomers with a surprised, shocked expression on her face. Naruto-kun's awake now, Kurenai said. With her statement, both purple-haired Kunoichis and the Sandaime Hokage walked inside the room, leaving Kurenai with Kakashi and the closed door. Kakashi looked at Kurenai as if the said Kapinin was trying to read Kurenai's eyes. From his opinion, there was something evident in those wine-red eyes. Maybe that was the reason why the Hokage was listening behind Naruto's door. Where you've been crying? Kakashi asked. Kurenai looked shocked as she faced the floor. Of course not. What are you trying to say? Kurenai asked. Nothing. Kakashi paused. Tell me, do you like my otudo? Kakashi asked as he stared at the ceiling. What? I was thinking of the possible answers as why were you crying. I had 3 answers. First, Naruto's health became critical. Second, you were so worried for Naruto-kun's life, just like back at Tezuna's house. While the third one was you're afraid that Naruto will never come back to you ever again because you like him. But I doubt the first one, as we can see a while ago that Naruto is okay. So now I am dropped to my second and third answer. So we're back to my original question again. Do you like my otudo? Kakashi said like it was a daily basis. Kurenai was shrinking fast, whether it was by embarrassment or something else. She looked at the floor once again. How come I can't answer this lame question? Is it really lame? You did cry a while ago. In her, Kurenai said, 1 hour before. In room 308, white sheets were slowly shifting. The person beside the one on the bed had a worried look on her face. Her wine-red eyes had a sore look in it, making it puffy. The one on the bed was slowly turning and shifting on his bed. The one beside him could hear some murmuring sounds that she couldn't comprehend. On her seat, she saw the one she was watching slowly sat up, looking at her as she looked at him as well. The next thing this watcher knew, her eyes started to water up as she pulled the one on the bed into a hug. Kurenai-sensei, what's wrong? The one on the bed asked as he returned the hug. While this watcher was crying, she too was asking herself why she was crying. She gently pulled apart and said, I am sorry. I think I'll go outside for a while. Kurenai said quickly as she moved to the door. It only revealed Anko, Yagugo, Kakashi, and the Hokage. Present time. Kurenai sighed. Of all the times her inner self had to show up, why her? What are you saying, Kakashi? Kurenai whispered, still looking at the floor. Kakashi smiled. Piece of advice: tried to sort out your feelings before moving into action. Kurenai looked at Kakashi as he opened Naruto's door, leaving her behind. Nissen, did you bring any of my clothes? Naruto asked. Why bother? Have you looked at yourself on the mirror? Kakashi said. What? Are you stating that it became fat? Naruto asked, which caused Sandaime to chuckle. No, from what I can remember you were just around 4 feet high, but now you're almost as tall as she. No, if not maybe even taller than him. Kakashi said. You're kidding me, right? How can I become that tall? Naruto stopped as he saw himself on the mirror with wide eyes. I think I'll go to the bathroom, Naruto said. Meanwhile, inside the bathroom, Naruto was mentally talking with Kubi. Hey Kit, what's up? Kubi asked as his J-Lo was practically racing inside the bathroom. What do you mean? What's up? What did you do to me? Naruto asked. Oh, that, I just messed with your height and etc. That's all. I have to admit that Aiko lady did pull a lot of strings around you. Kubi said like it was a normal thing to say. Unfortunately for Naruto, he had the urge to faint or to scream. Now, fainting would not be a good idea, same with screaming as well. After a couple of minutes, he walked back to his room where a nurse came in with a paper bag in hand and a bouquet of flowers. On the other hand, you must be using Maki Naruto. A package from the counter was delivered a while ago and here's the note. The nurse said as she was, checking up on the said patient's well-toned body and Anko's opinion. It came with the clothes and flowers as well. The nurse added. Soon she left the patient's room for another duty. The moment the word clothes came out from the nurse's lips, All of the visitors were looking at each other. That meant that was strange. They all took notice that Naruto was smiling as he saw the note. Both Kakashi and Anko got curious who could possibly give Naruto a new set of clothes and a bouquet of red flowers. At the same time, they both took the card from Naruto, but when they were about to read it, they were thinking the same thing. A blank note. What? Naruto asked with a smirk on his face. Is this some kind of a trick? And Naruto? Anko asked. Give me that. Kakashi said as he activated his Sharingan to see if there was any genjutsu place on the note. But he didn't found one. There's a genjutsu place on that note. Naruto said. How did you know? I didn't even detect it with my Sharingan. Kakashi said. Naruto chuckled while Anko raised an eyebrow, waiting for an answer. How shall I say this? It's a complicated genjutsu, so all you have to do is to drop a part of the original receiver's blood of that note. Naruto said in a matter-of-fact kind of way. Yagugo was watching this, obviously intrigued, while Sandaime was left sitting on his chair. Naruto was at the front. Anko was about to slice the part of Naruto's skin, but Kakashi and Yagugo stopped the Tokubetsu Jounin before her Kanaya was about to scratch the blonde's skin. What? Naruto-kun said. In order to dispel that genjutsu it need Naruto-kun's blood. Anko said. It needs a droplet, not a cup of blood. Yagugo said. But before everyone started to rumble again, Sandaime made his presence known again. Ahem. Naruto, I'm sure they won't mind if you show them that note later. Sarutobi said, but then continued. There's something I want to see, that is if you want Anko-chan and Yagugo-chan to see it as well. Kakashi knew what was the Hokage was talking about. Probably, that was his main reason why Sandaime was here aside from visiting Naruto. Naruto looked at Kakashi, who nodded in response. Naruto sighed and then he took off his shirt. Unknown to him, he got the women's attention through the way Naruto's body moved, making his newly formed six-packs, courtesy of Ika's training, moved slowly. He turned his back, revealing his black wings to everybody else. Naruto turned around again to face everyone this time. Nobody had noticed his progress because of his baggy jumpsuit, so the ones before him were either speechless or surprised. Tell me something that I don't know, Sandaime-jiji. How did I get these wings? Naruto asked. Sighs. Naruto, those wings came from your mother's bloodline. It isn't their only lineage to have wings. Unfortunately, her family and clan were slowly vanishing from existence even before the cube. Tact. For now, you are the only one who has that unique bloodline limit. I'm sorry to tell, but I don't know any way to develop to your attention, Sabesa, wings of the Dark Angel. It's what your mother's family calls it, but there's someone that I know who can. Hopefully. Sarutobi said, which earned him a smile from Naruto. Ayano. Sandaime-jiji. Do you know who are my parents? Naruto said. Your mother's name is Yakumo Mizuho. She died giving birth to you. I'm sorry, I can't tell you everything for now. I hope you can understand. Naruto-kun. Sarutobi said, looking at the blonde. Naruto gave a small smile and said, it's better than nothing, right? Besides, I'm sure you'll tell me everything that I need to know when the time comes. One more thing, am I allowed to use these wings in the public size? Naruto asked. Seeing that you've activated it in front of your fellow leaf needs, why not? Besides, rumors fly faster than Hakusu, Sandaime said with a grin. Naruto, on the other hand, gave the old man one of his famous fox grins. Can we please read that note? Anko said, breaking the moment. Sarutobi had a visible sweat drop at the back of his head. He just sighed and muttered something about a childish woman. The moment Naruto let a droplet of his blood sink into the paper, the red stain became the note sink. Before them was the note's message for them. It was kind of written in a different language, but Naruto said it was a form of secret messaging and all you have to do was to place the note in front of a mirror. The reflection in the mirror revealed the note's message that said, hey there Gaki. Sorry, I can't deliver the clothes myself, but rest assured that I'll be back in the village just like what I've promised you before. Your clothes should fit you well, and thank the canvas that you won't be wearing those horrid flashy orange jumpsuits of yours. The color is making me want to burn them with a katonjatsu. Seriously. You'll see me when you'll see me. Your sensei. Aika. Naruto smiled as he read the note. Aika-sensei hadn't forgotten her humor. He thought. He let the note beside the flowers and picked up the new set of clothes Aika had given him. After a couple of minutes, everybody saw a new Naruto who was clad in beige pants and red long-sleeved shirt that was hugging his broad shoulders fairly while his hit height was tied at his forehead. This new Naruto now looked more advanced than the ones in his age group. He no longer had his puppy fats. He grew some of his hair, and most of all he looked like a spitting image of his father. Is there something on my face? Naruto asked. Ladies, please stop drooling over my little brother. Kakashi said. Sarutobi chuckled. I think I'll go sign your discharge papers. Would you rather come with me, Naruto-kwan? Sandame said. Hi, Ajizan. Naruto said as he quickly took the bouquet of red flowers in his arms. He was the one who was practically close to the door. By the time he opened the said door, it revealed Karina leaning on the said door. Due to the law of physics, what comes up must come down, right? In a swift moment, Naruto caught Karina one arm at the neck and the other was at her waist, hugging her with the bouquet of red flowers in the process. Karina was only supported by Naruto's arms and both of her legs. Unfortunately/fortunately, Karina slipped, making Naruto's lips fall down to Karina's. I told you what comes up must come down. While Naruto, I didn't know you had it in you, Enko said. With her statement, Naruto and Karina pulled away fast, both blushing. Naruto was looking at the ceiling, then to the window with flushed cheeks by the way, while Karina was looking at her trusty floor with red cheeks. Like how many times had I looked at the floor? She asked herself. Sarutobi chuckled again, but this time it was louder than before. Haha, what would Gai-san say if he saw this? Sandame said. He'll burst out talking something about the flames of youth is burning within you. Anko said as she made a good guy pose. After the good 5 minutes of laughter, they started walking to the lobby of the hospital. In the front were Sandame and Naruto, who was carrying a bouquet of red flowers which gave him looks from the nurses in the hallways. At the back were Kakashi, who was back to reading his orange book, and Karina, who was back looking at the floor. In front of them were Anko and Yugyugo, who were looking at the blonde in front of them. Chunin exam. Team 8, consisting of Hyuga Hinata, Inuzuka Kiba, and Uzumaki Naruto, were currently walking at the main streets of Konoha. 2 genins were looking at their teammate who apparently hadn't spoken or reacted to any of their discussions. He had been quiet ever since they've walked out his favorite ramen shop. This sucks. The genin with a fury jacket spoke. He looked at his teammate Naruto. Yet again he hadn't reacted. Naruto, are you okay? You look like you've eaten an expired ramen. Kiba added. Yes, Naruto, what is wrong? Hinata asked. I'm fine. I was just thinking about something. Naruto replied. Truth be told, he hadn't seen or heard his Jounin sensei for almost 3 days straight since Sanden gave Team 7 and 8 of 3 days rest after their mission back at Wave Country. If you say so, come on, we don't want to be late at our meeting. With that statement, Kiba and Hinata sprinted up to the roofs. Naruto, on the other hand, was left standing on his place. He hadn't moved or something. Was he nervous? Was it because after 3 days he'll be able to see his Jounin sensei? Or was it he's nervous because of what had happened 3 days ago back at the hospital? After 5 seconds, it only registered to his mind that both of his teammates were gone. He immediately ran up to the roofs. An hour ago at the Hokage Tower, people ranging from Tokubetsu Jounins, elite Jounins, and Chunins were gathered at the Hokage's office. All Jounin instructors, please, come in front, the Sanden said. Soon 3 Jounins walked at the front, namely Hitaki Kakashi, Sarutobi Asuma, and Yuhi Kirinai. Now among of your teams, who will gladly partake in the coming Chunin exam? Sanden asked. Yuhi Kirinai Suma first spoke since he's at the far left of the 3 Jounins. I would like to enter Team 10, which consists of Akimichi Chuji, Narash Shakamaru, and Yamanaka Ino, under the name of Sarutobi Asuma. The chain smoker said. Seeing it was Kirinai's turn, she spoke. Team 8 consists of Huda Hinata, Inuzuka Kiba, and Uzumaki Naruto under the name of Yuhi Kurenai. The Genjutsu Amestra said, direct to the point as always. Soon, Kakashi spoke. Team 7 consists of Adiram Shino, Haruno Sakura, and Achi House Ask, under the name of Hitaki Kakashi. Konohi's Kapinin said, very well then, you're all dismissed. Sandin said, once all the said ninjas were gone, a figure came out from the shadows. Hey there old goat, long time no see. The figure said, ah Aika, a pleasure to see you again. Have you been hiding all along behind your genjutsu? Hey. Sandin said, yes I was. Are you going to stay here in the village permanently? The Hokage asked. I'm not sure. Would you like me to reinstate you as a leaf ninja? He said. Aika said, acting like she was deep in thought and said, okay. Sandin smiled but then frowned. What rank shall I give you? You're practically Kage level. You could easily take my job without a sweat. Sandin said with a grin. You're flattering me, old goat. Just put me in Anbu and I'll be fine. Aika said. Are you going to see Naruto-kun? Sandin said. Nah, not yet. Aika said as she poofed away from the Hokage's office, leaving the old goat back to his undying paperwork. Present time at training ground 19, Naruto-kun panting. He looked around at the said training ground only to find himself alone. None of his teammates were there. He heard a poof from behind. Immediately he turned around. There, before him was his Jounin sensei Yuhi Kurenai. Meanwhile, at the top of a certain tree, Kiba and Hinata were there. In front of them was Kakashi, who was looking at the people. Below them, Kakashi said, what are you doing? And why did you pull us up here? Kiba asked. Keep your voice down. I can't hear them. Kakashi said. Kiba was counting mentally whether, if he should whack this man before him, but then again he just shrugged it off. Meanwhile, two people at the clearing hadn't spoken with each other. No one even took an initiative for a conversation until fate destined them to be. On top of them they could see the heavens were starting to rain. They both seek shelter at a certain tree. Naruto-kun was thankful. His wings were really handy at times like this. From where they stood, Naruto-kun's wings gave warmth to the said woman next to him as the rain started to fall freely at the earth below. Ayano, sensei, I'm sorry about you know what happened back at the hospital 3 days ago. Naruto-kun said more like a whisper in Kurenai's opinion. Is sorry. Kurenai thought. It's all right. I know it was an accident. Kurenai said as she looked at the blonde next to her. From what she saw, Naruto-kun was looking down as if he hadn't heard that he was already forgiven. Naruto-kun called. Hi sensei. Naruto-kun said as he looked at Kurenai. I'm sorry for not acting like a sensei, like I'm supposed to be. Kurenai said. Naruto-kun on the other hand looked at her with wide eyes. What's to say sorry for? Naruto-kun asked with a grin. Naruto-kun, you know what I'm talking about. Let's take for example back at Wave Country. Was I any help to any of you? Kurenai asked. You were there beside me sensei. You're the first and last person I've seen through those times. And every time I open my eyes you were there. Kurenai sensei. That was a great help for me. Naruto-kun said as he looked at the heavens above. Kurenai was smiling as she looked at the young blonde next to her. Thank you Naruto-kun, she said. Naruto-kun gave her one of his famous fox grins, and then looked at the heavens above. Looked, the rain's gone, he said. They both looked up and saw rainbows starting to form. It mixed with the sunlight as it shined after the rain. It was a beautiful scene, they both admitted it. It only took them at least 5 minutes to enjoy the scenery just when they heard a very loud crack from above. Immediately they both moved away from the falling debris in people. Before them were Hitaki Kakashi, Hyuga Hinata, and Inuzuka Kiba. What the heck happened to the three of you? Naruto-kun asked. Kiba started. We were trying our stealth skills but unfortunately we fail miserably. Hinata finished. Both Naruto-kun and Kurenai looked at them then to Kakashi obviously wanting an answer as well. There was this crow and it was picking on my hit-tie and I tried to follow it you see. Kakashi said. Right. Naruto-kun said. Aren't you supposed to be with your students? Kurenai asked. Right you are. I'm going now, Kakashi said as he proved away from them. Naruto just sighed and shook his head. Sensei, what are we going to do today? Do we have a mission? Kiba asked, changing the topic. No missions. I have something for the three of you, Kurenai said as she brought out 3 pieces of paper which turned out to be a Chunin exam permit. There's an upcoming Chunin exam. I've entered the 3 of you, so don't lose that permit, Gata. Kurenai said. Yes ma'am. Kiba said while Naruto-kun did the good guy pose. Hinata and Kurenai smiled at the comical pair. Let's go to a Karaku's to celebrate, Naruto-kun said, which earned him a nod from Kiba, a chuckle from Hinata, a bark from Akamiro, and a smile from Kurenai. They're halfway to the said ramen stand. They heard a familiar shout from the corner of a street, just near to their spot. Let go of me, a young boy's voice cried out. If you say so, a male teenager's voice said. Teammate managed to saw this guy through the boy, Kanehamaru, near the trash can, but someone came just to catch the boy in time. Kanehamaru looked up and saw his savior, Naruto-kun. I'll ask you nicely, apologize to my friend, Naruto-kun said as he sat down Kanehamaru. Oh yeah, what if I don't? The boy with a face paint said. Just before Naruto-kun spoke, everyone heard a sound of swirling sand just above the tree. Kankuro apologized to them. A voice rang out. The said boy, Kankuro, looked frantic. He just sighed and apologized to Kanehamaru and to Naruto-kun. Who are you? The boy with red hair asked. Both of his companions looked with wide eyes. Gaara never asked someone's name before. The blonde Kunoichi thought. Gaara, what are you doing? Kankuro thought. Naruto-kun. Who's Maki Naruto? And you are? Naruto said as he took a couple of steps in front of them. Sabakanagara. I'll be expecting you in the Chunin exam. Who's Maki Naruto? Gaara said. Both Sand siblings swore they saw Gaara's lips form a small smile, but it quickly faded away. They saw this Naruto walk to them, waiting for their names to be said. Sabakunog Kankuro, Gaara's older brother. Kankuro said. Sabakunog Tamari. The blonde-haired Kunoichi said. She saw the blonde boy, bowed his courtesy and said, Nice to meet you all. Gaara-san, Kankuro-sanin. Tamari-san. Naruto said as he smiled to them. Kankuro, on the other hand, could swear his sister was blushing at the said blonde boy who was before them. He looked at his sister, Tamari, then to Naruto, who was back with his teammates in Jounin-sensei. Not even noticing Tamari stare at the blonde boy, Kankuro smiled and held her big sister over the shoulder. Love at first sight at Tamari? Kankuro whispered. Gaara, on the other hand, was back from being stoic as he watched the blondes retreating back. There was something inside of him that he felt, something feral just like him. He had thought, hey Kit, that boy Gaara, I feel something in him. It's the same feeling when we first saw that girl Haku. Kyubi said through their mental link. Yeah, me too, it's like he's carrying something demonic. Naruto replied as they continued to walk past the streets. Piece of advice, keep your guard up. Kyubi said. Yeah, I'll do that. I have to go now, Naruto said as he cut the mental link. The next day it was early in the morning. Many Chun and hopefuls reached the gates of Konoha. Some came from the hidden village of the rain, sand, and sound. Team 8 noticed a couple of familiar participants just around the hallways. They too were looking at the other gen and teams. Naruto noticed the sand means they've met yesterday. Hey, where are you going? Kiba asked. I'll just greet a couple of people, Naruto said. Team 8, including Kurenai, saw where was Naruto going to the sand siblings. Tamari saw the blonde boy they've met yesterday. He was walking at their direction. Kankuro noticed where was Tamari looking. He just remained calm and waited what could happen next. Good morning, Naruto greeted with a smile on his face. The only ones who greeted him were Kankuro and Tamari. Gaara, apparently, was quiet behind the other 2 siblings along with Baki. The sand means Jonin instructor. Tamari saw Naruto walked up to her, his face closing to hers. Now everybody's attention was drawn to them. They could see Naruto's face coming closer and closer to this blushing, blonde Kunoichi. Most of the people were anticipating out what could happen next. Will he kiss her in front of everybody else? Even Gara and Baki were watching. Not to mention, the other members of Team 8 with their Jonin instructor, Yuhikirinai, were also watching. By this point, Tamari could be seen as red as a tomato. She was looking at the blonde cerulean eyes, his face closing every second of the time. 4 inches, 3 inches, 2 inches until you have dango sauce on your chin, Naruto said as he pointed out the said dango sauce with his index finger. After a couple of minutes, the sound of nothingness could be heard. Everybody was too coped up whether this blonde boy was going to kiss this other blonde girl. But then he just said, "There's dango sauce on your chin," and left the blonde girl to her feet. Some people were looking at the blonde boy and then to the girl. The blonde boy Naruto was walking back to his team while the blonde girl, Tamari, was looking like a statue on the viewer's perspective. Some whispered, "Did she anticipate for a kiss? Or that girl got it bad big time." Kiba and Hinata were looking staring glaring at Naruto. "What?" Naruto asked. "How did you do that?" Kiba asked, but his question got dumped when Hinata interrupted. "You've practically embarrassed him, Mari-san." Naruto. Hinata said, "BBB, but I didn't do anything." Naruto said, but then he realized that Karina was gone. "Hey, have you seen Karina I-sensei?" Naruto asked. "She walked away just when you were about to kiss that San Nin." Kiba said, "I wasn't gonna kiss her, I swear." Naruto said, this caused some people to look at their direction. Currently, inside room number 301, Jinan teams were waiting for the set exam to start. It was until they heard a loud crash at door revealing 2 Tokubetsu Jounin's name, namely, Mitarashi Anko and Marina Ibiki. The said scarred man was muttering something about a crazy woman, but he just shrugged it off. The Jinan teams were waiting for them to talk, but they just stood there silent staring at the young Jinans before them. It was as if they were trying to make them quick just before the exam starts. Some were frightened, nervous, and stoic, but it only got worse when 2 female ABUs came. There was something about the other ABU though. She wasn't wearing any animal mask unlike her fellow ABU. The said mysterious ABU had a black mask, no markings, not a single color except black, a shiny black to be exact. Naruto was currently staring at the black masked ABU. There was something about her that was strangely familiar. He only stopped looking at the said ABU when he felt a strong pain in his head. Impossible, he thought as he looked back at the black masked ABU. It is her. Naruto, you okay, man? Who are you staring at? Kiba asked as he tried to look where Naruto was looking at. The black masked ABU? Kiba thought. I'm fine, though never mind, Naruto said. After a couple of minutes, 2 familiar people walked inside the room, namely, Mama Kisabusa and Haku. Sorry we're late, the half-masked man said while Haku just smiled. Ibiki looked at the black-masked ABU and the said ABU walked in front of a genin. The genin, who apparently came from the rain village, was looking nervously at the ABU before him. He could even see his reflection on the black mask. He didn't even know he was already pinned to the wall. He looked at the side, but the ABU's hand was blocking his sight, her palm connecting to the wall. The genin could hear some unknown sound coming from the ABU's hand. He saw it move away, slowly, but the thing that caught his eyes was a sword coming out of the wall. The said genin was terrified while the others were stuck from where they stood. Maybe that's the reason why she doesn't bring any weapons, because she could make one in no time. Ibiki thought. So is there any one of you would like to quit now before the exam starts? Ibiki asked. Automatically, some genin teams walked out room number 301, including the rain needs. Only the sand, sound, and the leaf genin teams were left to take the exam. Let's begin, Ibiki said with a maniacal grin on his face. Soon, terrorists seemed to have walked inside the room. The killer intent being emitted by the examiners were enough to make some of the genins frightened. They were still inside room 301. The genins saw the other examiners walked out the room, leaving Ibiki, Haku, and Zabuza. Some genins thought it would be a written exam since they were inside a classroom. The genins saw their examiners gave some test papers to the genins. Naruto looked at the said paper which stated, "This is a trial run." After 20 minutes you will have to run and escape this building. Think it could be possible? If you got caught, you and your team will fail. Time starts now. Naruto read the paper over and over again. Was that a joke? There's a Tokubetsu Jounin in front of us. 2 Juins, not to mention the other Jounin is a Gen. Chiriki. Was there a loophole to this test? If we don't run, we'll also fail. But if we run outside this room, what will happen? Naruto thought. The 20 minutes was closing in. They could see the examiners getting themselves ready for whatever ruckus this group of genins could possibly do. Everybody was looking tense. Well, somewhere. Naruto looked at the sand genins. He was surprised that Gaara was looking at him. His eyes were different from the ones Naruto first saw. Changed drastically. Naruto turned and looked at Team 7. He was once again surprised to see Sasuke looking at him, similar to Gaara's. Naruto turned again. This time, he noticed both Team 10 and Team Guy were waiting calmly for the 20 minutes. Probably they already had a plan for this try-run, just like Team 8. Kiba smirked when Naruto was about to do phase 1 of their plan. The Kgi Bushin no Jutsu soon. The room was filled with at least 50 Bushins making their way to the exit. At the very same moment, Kiba and Hinata hinged to look like Naruto, while the other genin teams took this opportunity to escape as well. The examiners only opened one stairway for every floor, making it difficult for the genins to navigate which path they should take. The hallways were like a maze connected to a single exit. Currently, Team 8 was running at the hallways of the 3rd floor. Suddenly they stopped. In front of them were 2 elite jonins, namely Madeo Guy, the Green Beast, and Soroto Bayasama, the Chain Smoker. Answer our question and we shall let you pass. If you got a wrong answer, I'm afraid you'll have to deal with us. Asama said, give us the question then. Naruto said, how many animals were there in the note? Asama asked, what animal? It was clearly an instruction. Kiba thought. Kiba looked at his teammates who were thinking, I don't think there are any animals in that note. And Naruto said, disappointed. Naruto looked at both examiners and said, there are 2 animals in the note. He said, a while ago he was scanning the note in his mind. This is a try-run. After 20 minutes you will have to run and escape this building. Think it could be possible? If you got caught, you and your team will fail. Time starts now. It only revealed 2 animals, namely the ape and the kit. Wayashh. You may all pass. Guy said. Air shouted. Asama just congratulated them with a smile. How did you know there are 2 animals in that note? Kiba asked. They were currently running at the maze-like corridors of the 2nd floor. Maybe it was just my luck, Naruto said. Yeah, right, Kiba said, while Hinata settled for a chuckle. They managed to pass the 2nd question being given by Kakashi and an unknown cat mass day in BU. It only took them a couple of minutes to answer that question once again, thanks to Naruto. Team 8 had been wondering what this test was for. They were currently running at the 1st floor corridors. They also took notice that they were the only ones running at the 1st floor. Or did somebody already come before them? Once again they stopped. Before them were Yuhikuranai, the Gengut Semistress, and the mysterious Black Mass Day in BU. The genins saw the Black Mass Day in BU walk slowly to their direction. She placed her right palm to her arm pad, and in front of them she pulled out a kunai out of the arm pad. It was like alchemy, very advanced alchemy. They saw her, stopped, and pointed the kunai at Naruto. I want you to answer my question. The Black Mass Day in BU commanded. Naruto was trying to look behind the mask, but the only thing he could see was his reflection. Tell me, Genin, what is the code of the shinobi and what is its purpose? The Black Mass Day in BU said. Kurenai, on the other hand, was plain shocked. This wasn't the question. What the heck is she doing? Kurenai thought. Naruto looked down, thinking, come on Naruto, don't disappoint me. The NVU thought. Naruto was remembering the times when Ayaka was still with him, teaching him. He remembered the day she healed his wounds back when he was still 5 years old. He remembered the day she started teaching him. The first lesson was the history of Konoha. He remembered himself asking Ayaka this question that caused him a whack at the head. Ayano essay. Ika-sense? What is it, Naruto-kun? Ika's asked. Why did you help me yesterday? The blonde boy asked as he looked down. Ika smiled. Being a shinobi, you must protect the ones you love. You must be loyal to them. Treat them as if they are a part of your heart. I want you to remember that, Naruto-kun. Ika said. Naruto was about to say that she didn't even answer his question, but then he realized what Ika had said. You must protect the ones you love. Was he one of those she cared for? He didn't have to ask that, it was clearly obvious. I'll definitely gonna remember that. Ika-sense? Naruto exclaimed. Keep your voice down, will you? Ika said as she brought both of her index fingers on her temples. Why? Are you feeling your age, old hag? 5 years old, Naruto said. What did you just called me? Ika twitched the eyebrow. You're starting to get deaf, old hag. Naruto said. This time Ika's fist was rumbling like mad. Naruto noticed it and started to run off. But immediately Ika caught him quite easily. Not even using a single % of her strength. She just whacked the hell out of the 5-year-old. That will teach you not to call me old hag. Currently, Naruto was looking down, but this time he had a grin on his face. When he looked up to see the black mask, they envy you. He said, being a shinobi, you must protect the ones you love. You must be loyal to them. Treat them as if they are a part of your heart. Naruto said with a fox grin on his face. You three can proceed now, she said with calmness in her tone. Soon, teammate walked out the building. They were the first to walk out the said building. After a couple of minutes, they saw the Sand Knees walked out, then Team 7, and after 15 minutes, they saw Team 10 and Team Guy walking out at the same time. Soon, they were greeted by a Kunoichi named Mitarashi Anko. Him, 19 genins managed to pass. That A and B use test was something. I couldn't agree more. Anko thought with a maniacal grin on her face. Hey Naruto, she's not our second examiner, is she? Kiba whispered. He gulped when he saw that grin Anko was doing. I'm the hot, sexy, and still single Mitarashi Anko. I'll be your second examiner. Did that answer your question? Naruto said. You, Anko said as she threw a kana at a genin. Chunon examined too. The said genin didn't move or even caught the kana, yet he did manage not to get hurt. Now everybody's attention flew fast to the said genin. Before them was Uzumaki Naruto with a pair of black wings at his back that served as a shield from the kana. Anko smirked. Naruto saw the said Tokubetsu Jonin walk closely to where he sat. She bended her posture a little bit, making her face the same level with Naruto's. Kiba, on the other hand, was watching nervously, same with the other genins. He could see this. Mitarashi Anko move her face closely to Naruto's, but one thing he didn't saw. Anko's hand. Anko's grin grew even wider. It was making the other genins scared. Now her face was close to Naruto's ear. Gotcha, Anko whispered. Naruto's eyes grew wide. He felt something at his cheek. It was as if something had sliced it and it was now drawing blood. Now it was everybody's turn to get shocked. They could see the second examiner on top of Uzumaki Naruto licking his blood. The event was sickening. They could just imagine if this second examiner was crazy enough, they would have to expect the unexpected. Anko withdrew herself from Naruto, who had a mixed expression on his face. Anko, on the other hand, still had the maniacal grin on her face. She looked at the genins before her, but now with seriousness in her eyes. She held out a couple of forms and said, "Signed these forms," she said as she gave the forms to the genins. "I know, Mitarashi-sen, what are these forms for?" Anko saw a pink-haired girl last. "Those forms will state that you will be responsible for your own death," Anko replied. She turned her heel to face the other genins. "Now this is the second stage of your exam. Welcome to the Forest of Death." She grinned. "You will have to apply all of your survival skills to be able to pass this exam. Your goal is to get the scrolls, specifically the Heaven and Earth scrolls. If your team got the Heaven scroll, you are assigned to get the Earth scroll, and so on and so forth. I don't care how you complete this test. Once you got all specific scrolls, you will proceed to the tower at the middle of the forest. You only have 5 days and 5 nights to complete your entire given task," Anko said. After a couple of minutes, all genin teams were positioned to their designated gates. Once the gates were opened, they all saw teammate flew past their designated gate courtesy of Naruto's wings. Surely they will have a head start for this test just like a while ago. Everybody was convinced that this Uzumaki Naruto was different from the Uzumaki Naruto they knew before. They should have to keep their guards up if they cross teammate's path. Currently with teammate they landed safe just above a branch. Who should hold the scroll? Kiba asked. Naruto should, he can protect the scroll. Hanayata said. True, Kiba said as he and Hanayata looked at their teammate who was thinking as well. No, Naruto said. They'll expect the scroll will be in my possession. Kiba should hold the scroll, he said. Are you sure? Kiba asked. He saw Naruto nod while Hanayata smiled. Just when they were about to sprint away, they all heard a scream near their area. It screamed again. Teammates saw their fellow genin Harino Sakura. She was running for her teammate Achi Hazusuke, who looked like he was dead. They also noticed Shino trying to defend both of his teammates from a snake-like creature. The snake-like creature was grinning at the Yanabai rain. Shino wasn't expecting a sword come flashing out of his mouth, but something was off. Shino looked up to see Uzumaki Naruto. Once again his wings were used as a defense. The snake-like creature said. Inside his twisted mind his thoughts were racing frankly. This boy, he can't be. They were all wiped out. It's impossible. He thought. I'll leave Sasuke-kun to you. I'm sure he'll come asking for me. The snake-like creature said, as he took his leave. Naruto was about to go after the said man, but Kiba and Hanayata stopped him. Naruto looked back at Team 7. He kneeled in front of Sasuke's unconscious form. He noticed a mark at his neck. He looked at Sakura and said, What happened to him? Sasuke-kun got attacked by the snake-like man. He bit Sasuke-kun at the neck, Sakura said between sobs. Naruto sighed and walked back to his teammates who were currently aiding Shino. The said Aburame tried to fend off his teammates against the said snake-like man. Out of nowhere a group of sound needs came. They were obviously looking for another scroll as they proclaimed. Their female teammate noticed the genin who had a long silky pink hair. Kensichi was her name. She has been irritated by this genin. She wasn't even fit being a kunoichi. She thought. Give us your scroll, said the other genin. His name was Zaku Abumi. What if we don't? Kiba asked. You'll die, Sokka shouted while his female teammate, Kyn, ran to Sakura. Their other teammate, Dosa Kanata, was staring at the blonde genin. Sakura didn't have any time to dodge the attack being given to her. She could feel her hair being pulled as she struggled to get away. Teammate was about to help Sakura, but Sokka interrupted them. Sokka created a wind-like barrier in front of teammate. They could see the way that female sound mean beats Sakura. Her hair cut by Kin's-Kani. Naruto, on the other hand, was feeling something vaguely familiar, something he had felt before, but what? He activated his wings as he ran for Sakura, who was on the process of hitting the nearby tree. By the time he laid her at the ground with his teammates, he told them to help Sakura. Meanwhile, Kiba and Hinata could swear they saw something inside Naruto's eyes, something that looked like slits, black slits to be exact. They took notice that the surroundings were changing as if they were inside a genjutsu, but the thing felt real. The sound team looked at the blonde boy in front of them. They could see nothing from his face, which only bore a neutral one. Both Sokka and Kyn were stuck watching the blonde before them. There was something about those eyes. They thought. They both took a step back, but they were surprised to find themselves stuck on their feet. They couldn't even speak. They just saw the blonde boy walked up to them. You've heard someone who's incapable of defending herself and yet you abused her, Naruto said to the kunoichi. Then he looked at the shinobi before him. You, seeing as she was helpless yet you still interfered, you wanted to see her die slowly. I'll give you that, Naruto said, and this time he turned to both sound needs. You'll pay for your deceit, Naruto said. By the time he turned his heel, he could hear the screams coming from both sound needs. Datsu, on the other hand, was in panic. Panic for his teammates and panic for his life. He didn't even saw this blonde boy form any hand seals, and yet he managed to immobilize both of his teammates. Not to mention, he managed to make them suffer with an unknown jutsu that seemed like a genjutsu. Wait, he said. Naruto stopped with his tracks and turned again to face the other sound need. Let my teammates go. I'll give you our scroll in return, Datsu said. Naruto looked at him. He saw the said need was handing out their team's scroll. Naruto promptly took it, and soon Kin and Zaku were dropped down to the ground panting, both too tired to stand up or even continue with their consciousness. They lay there unconscious. As Datsu saw it, he just carried both of his teammates away from them. Once the sound needs were gone, they saw Naruto fell to his knees just when his wings dissipated. For now, teammate has 2 scrolls, specifically, both heaven and earth scrolls. Unknown to them, a group of genins were watching the whole fiasco. Even they felt the amount of power Naruto displayed. A while ago, Kibo was currently carrying his teammate, Naruto, as they sprinted up to the trees on their way to the said tower. On the said tower, teammate was greeted by a puzzle or something like a riddle. It only came to them when Kibo accidentally opens both said scrolls when he dropped Naruto. Due to exhaustion, he cursed himself when a cloud of smoke appeared in front of them only to reveal Yumino Iraka. Yo, you're a bit early anyways, come in. There are medics inside and rooms to rest in, and if you're hungry there's also food. Iraka said, not even noticing the unconscious blonde until Iraka-sensei, help Naruto quick. Kibo shouted. Soon, Baichunin turned back and carried Naruto inside the tower. Kurenai and the other Jonins saw Iraka running with a blonde ninja in his arms. This caused Kurenai and other Jonins, namely Anko and Kakashi, to go after the said Chunin and to see if Naruto was alright. What happened to him? Kurenai asked her students. We don't know, at first we thought he'd gone berserk, then the next thing he fell unconscious, Kibo said as he tried to calm Hinata from crying.
Karina sighed.
She just sat next to Naruto, who was still sleeping. You were there, beside me, sensei. You're the first and last person I've seen through those times. And every time I opened my eyes you were there, Kurenai sensei. That was a great help for me, Naruto said as he looked at the heavens above. Kurenai remembered those words as she watched Naruto's sleeping form. It was like what had happened back at Wave Country. She was thankful that he didn't suffer from any injuries unlike before. Was she getting all worried again? It was normal though, as she thought this was her student lying unconscious in front of her. She would do the same with Hinata and Kiba. This made her decision to stay with them until the 5 given days for the stage ended. They still have 4 days to go. That would be enough for a good rest. After teammate had finished the second task, they were given the opportunity to take a break. They found out that the sand means came first before them, and then after 2 days Team 7 came. Sasuke was still unconscious. Kakashi immediately recognized the marking on Sasuke's neck. He promptly moved his team to a room separately, just like the other teams. It was also on the second day Team Guy and Team 10 alongside with a single sound Gen and Kane, and on the third day, the sound team came. Meanwhile, Sakura was outside Sasuke's room. In front of her was Kakashi. He was telling the pink head that Sasuke can't see any visitors and he's still unconscious. But Sakura was still protesting, but then stopped. She looked at the floor that seemed to be getting blurry in her point of view. Kakashi sighed as he looked at his distressed student. He just walked inside Sasuke's room. There was still someone in her mind. She had to visit Naruto. Sakura never saw Naruto to get serious. She could still remember the time he saved her when she was about to hit the nearby tree. She couldn't help but to wonder, what was Kurenai-san's feeling when she flew with Naruto? Sakura smiled as she went with her merry way to visit the said blonde. By the time she was near to the said room, there was something about it. There were people in front of Naruto's room. There was this girl named Haku, and then Kiba and Hinata. Shino was there too. Even Ino was there. Wait, stop, freeze, rewind. Ino's there. Sakura would understand why Kiba, Hinata, and Shino were there, and she would slightly understand why Haku was there before Ino. There was a big question mark at the end of that statement. She walked closely, but then she didn't even notice that there were two kunochis at the back. There was this leaf meme. Sakura noticed that the said leaf meme was from Lee's team. Her name was 10 to 10 as far as Sakura could remember. 10 to 10 was, after all, from the early graduating class. Then there was this sand meme. For Sakura, that sand meme was a mystery to her. Meanwhile, inside Naruto's room, Naruto was widely awake, but Kurenai was not letting him though after what had happened, since it was still a mystery to Kurenai. Naruto noticed that they were alone in the room. He couldn't help but to look at his sensei, who was peeling an apple with a knife. Ayano, Kurenai-sensei, where's Hinata and Kiba? Are they all right? Naruto asked. Kurenai didn't look at him, but then she replied, they are perfectly fine, Naruto-kun. Apple? Kurenai said as she offered the said fruit to him. At first, it tasted sweet, then slowly it was gone like cotton candy, only apple-flavored. Once he was done eating, Naruto was looking at the white sheets which were covering half of his body. He couldn't help but to feel uneasy being alone with a full-grown woman beside him. But why feel this now? They have been alone in her house, but short-lived. They have been alone back at Tezuna's house twice, but once again short-lived. They have been alone at their training ground, but then short-lived. There was only this one time back at the park. It wasn't short-lived, cut, or even interrupted. That was one of the best nights Naruto had. Naruto-kun, are you all right? Kurenai asked for the 5th time. Naruto apparently hadn't answered since he was busy staring at the white sheets. He asked. Kurenai moved closely. It's as if she was studying his facial reactions, but then, inside, she was about to stand up when suddenly the door swung open, making the occupants of the room surprised, while the ones at the door were shocked from what they were seeing. It only became worse when Anko, Kakashi, and Zabuzu came in. A while ago, when Kurenai was about to stand up, the door swung open immediately, making the occupants of the room surprised as hell. It would be. The ninjas saw Kurenai on top of a shirtless Naruto. Immediately, Kurenai separated herself from the said blonde, both speechless and blushing. By the way to get Naruto-kun. Kurenai, Anko said. That was interesting. Zabuzu said with a chuckle. Very interesting indeed. Kakashi added. This caused the Genjutsu mistress to become red, while the other genins were looking at their second examiner. It hit them hard when they remembered that this woman was the one who licked Naruto's cheek. Their line of sight turned to Naruto. It was just now that they realized that he grew literally. He wasn't the 5 feet 2 inches blonde teenager who had puppy fats back then. Naruto was now the 5 feet 6 inches young man who had well-defined physique. And to think he was only 14 years old. How's Sasuke? Naruto asked, trying to change the topic. He's fine. He's still asleep though, Kakashi said. But before Naruto could ask any more questions, he was tackled by Kiba and Akamaru. Naruto, how did you do that genjutsu trick you pulled back there at the forest? That was so cool, man. Kiba asked. What genjutsu trick? Naruto asked, looking confused. You don't remember? Kiba asked in awe. No, he. So what did I do again? Naruto asked. Everyone was confused, including the ones who didn't get to see what really happened. Why won't you tell us what really happened, Kiba-kun? Karina asked. Kiba nodded and started to tell what happened back at the Forest of Death. That wasn't what really happened, Ino said. She interrupted Kiba when he was at the park when Naruto was about to be thrown at the nearby tree, which did not happen. Even Sakura was nodding in agreement. Naruto-kun didn't get thrown at a tree. He was saving Forehead Girl. Ino added. Oh yeah. As far from what I can remember, you weren't there. Ho ho ho. Wait a second here. Since when there was a Kuin at Naruto's name? Kiba asked. Immediately, all eyes turned to Ino. Could you please continue with the story? Naruto asked, making his presence known again. They were about to continue when Hinata interrupted. Let me continue, she said. Everyone sighed and nodded in response, while there were two people who hadn't stopped glaring at each other. Soon Hinata started to narrate the whole story in every detail. No one interrupted, since it was what really happened. By the time she was done narrating the whole story, Everybody including Naruto was shocked. I did what? Naruto asked, disbelieving. You practically saved us, Naruto-kun. Sakura said. For that I thank you, she said as she hugged him. It's really nothing, Sakura. Naruto said as he moved away from the said girl and walked up to his clothes. But before he could even put on his clothes, he swore he could feel a warm hand touching his bare back. He quickly turned around and surprised to say he saw Haku and Enko, both grinning at him. That's a cool-looking tattoo you got there, Naruto-kun, Haku said. Has anyone ever told you you look so hot without your shirt? And Naruto-kun? Enko said, dragging the kun purposely. From what she was seeing, she was definitely enjoying every detail of it. Too bad there were people around here, but then again maybe she would just love the audience's expressions. Let's take for example, Kiba, Kakashi and Zabuza. What the heck? Sakura, Ino, Ten, Tamari and Kurenai, Shino and Hinata. Early in the morning, ninjas were already inside a covered stadium. Some were waiting for their names to be called. The referee said a while ago that they were in need to cut off the number of participants since there were an odd number of participants in the tuning exam. Surprisingly, a genin from Otogaku raised his hand. He just said that his chakra reserves were low, so he had to quit. A while ago the first match was with Harino Sakura and Yamanaka Ino, which ended up as a draw. Then the second match came. It was Subakuno Kankuro versus Ten. The match ended up Kankuro as the winner, much to Ten's dismay. Once the winner was decided, they call upon the third match. It was Subakuno Tamari versus Kinsuchi. Kin's attack was no match against Tamari's long-range attacks, and as a result Tamari was the victor. The fourth match came. It was Subakuno Gara versus Saku Abumi. The match ended up fast, Saka almost getting killed without any remorse coming from his opponent, Gara. After their match, everyone fell silent, even the other Sand needs were quiet. After the eerie silence, the fifth match came. It was Rock Lee versus the Kamechi Chuji. As a result, Lee was declared the winner. Currently everybody was watching Kiba and Sasuke's match. Kiba and Akamaru already formed the Jijin Bushin. Soon there were two tornado-like, spinning to its opponent Sasuke. Sasuke's next move caught everyone off guard. That was Lee said. There was no mistake, that was Lee's Kanoha Senpai. Sasuke might have copied it while Lee was battling against Jiji. Kiba's Getsuga was immediately stopped. Even though Kiba was spinning, Sasuke managed to stop it during the aerial attack. Kiba had no choice but to quit. He already lost a lot of chakra from the attack. He would soon faint if he continued. He looked up to his teammates and John and Sensei. It was clear to them that what was happening to him during the fight. Quit, he said. Soon Sasuke was declared as the winner. Kiba walked up to his teammates with a low face, obviously disappointed with the result of the fight. But his teammates were smiling at him. Naruto walked up to him and said, "You were great, and that was enough for us," Naruto said as he patted Kiba's back several times, causing him to fall to the floor. He looked up only to find both of his teammates and John and Sensei smiling at him. He too smiled back. After their little get-together, the next match was already being called by the referee. They were Aburem Shino and Higa Hinata. Both said competitors walked up to the arena, both studying each other. Slowly, Shino called out his destruction bugs while Hinata activated her Byakugan. The match hadn't even started yet, and both competitors were getting ready. This should be interesting, Naruto said. How so? Kiba asked. Naruto just smirked and said, "How much would you bet if this match ended up as a draw?" Kiba just looked at him with a confused look on his face. What was he trying to say? He thought. Meanwhile, back was Shino and Hinata. The referee looked at both competitors and said, 5. Shino called out his destruction bugs for a direct attack, but with Hinata Byakugan, Hinata managed to counter the attack. She was about to land a hit on Shino when suddenly he turned out to be a mere clone of his bugs. Now she was practically covered by Shino's Kikai bugs, blinding her view. He could be anywhere, Hinata thought. With that thought in her mind, she shouted, "You are under my divination." she said. Soon there were Kikai bugs everywhere. Unknown to her, she managed to hit Shino with quite a number, closing his tanketsus at the same time. Shino didn't even get a chance to attack since he made it fly away. The referee was looking at both competitors and decided to call it a draw. By the time the referee called it a draw, both ninjas collapsed at the arena. Shino suffered from internal blows and muscle pains while Hinata suffered from chakra exhaustion. They were both carried away by the stretchers and soon another match was going to be held. Uzumaki Naruto versus Hyuganiji, the referee called. Soon, both competitors were at the arena. It was like the most anticipated match of the elimination round. Niji was looking at Naruto. He could still remember Hinata's story during their Gen-in test. It was on that day he accepted Naruto as a rival but not an equal. I've waited for this time to come. It seems that fate wanted us to fight. Too bad fate already chose me as the victor, Niji said with a grin. Naruto just smiled at the sarcasm. As far from what I can see, I'm still standing here, Niji said. Naruto said. He noticed Niji's reaction and boy was he pissed. Without a second or two, Niji attacked Naruto with his Jukuin. Niji was about to attack again but surprised to say, his attacks were useless when he saw a pair of black wings covering Naruto's whole body. By the time the said wings was gone, Naruto had a different look on his face. He had the same look, back at the forest of death. The same black slits in Naruto's eyes. Kiba, look at Naruto's eyes. Isn't that the same with the ones back at the forest of death? Hinata asked. Kiba stared at it for a couple of seconds. It was the same, he had to admit, but there was a slight difference in it. Yes, but Kiba said. You recognized it too? Hinata asked. And Kiba nodded. It's like his eyes didn't have any glow. It's like as if he's hypnotized or something, Kiba said. Kurenai was listening at her students' conversation. She just kept silent as she watched Naruto's fight. She noticed Naruto's moves. It was as if he's dancing at the stage. Naruto was just evading every attack that Niji was giving him. It was like a child's play for Naruto. Back with Naruto and Niji's fight, Naruto was standing there as well as Niji. They stopped fighting just when Niji realized something. Naruto's wings serves as a shield just like Gaara's sand, but was it just for defense? This was the first time Niji saw Naruto use those wings in battle. Niji kept his cool. He didn't want to look like a fool in this match. He was after all, let's end this Naruto sand, Niji said as he took a familiar stance. It was the texture Kaiton as Naruto thought. Let's Niji sand, Naruto said as he waited for the incoming attack. Kaiton shouted Niji. Soon he was spinning towards Naruto. Team 8 was yelling out for Naruto to move out the way, but he just stood there, eyes closed. It was as if he was anticipating for the attack. There it goes again, Niji thought. Before him was Naruto covered by his black wings. Niji was attacking, but then his spin was starting to slow down. He was caught off guard, literally. Naruto managed to catch him by the neck. Even the spectators were surprised as to how this blonde genin managed to grab Niji by the neck. Even with Niji's Jukin, he couldn't detach himself from Naruto's grip. The only thing he could see from Naruto was his eyes. Those blue eyes with black slits in it. There was something about it that made his body immobilized. It was like the Sharingan, but it's far from different. Niji could feel his air starting to decrease, and it wasn't Naruto's grip. It's like it came from the inside. It was like there's something burning inside of him. Niji collapsed just when Naruto let him go. He was coughing real hard. Beads of sweat seemed to form on his forehead. He looked at Naruto just when the referee declared Naruto as the winner. There he saw again those pair of blue eyes with black slits. His wings dissipated again as he walked back to his teammates. He saw him stopped and looked at him. Fate doesn't choose your path. Remember that, Niji-san, Naruto said. Then Niji saw Naruto's retreating back. Meanwhile, the Hokage watched the whole match starting from the first end to the last. Uzumaki Naruto's fight against Hyuganiji. Sandaime was pleased yet disturbed. He was pleased that Naruto won, but he couldn't help but to wonder about those eyes that Naruto possessed during the fight. It was disturbing because he had heard some rumors that Naruto had used it, but from what he had heard this was different. Sandaime motioned an Umbu to come. It was the black-masked Umbu. Do you mind telling me what that was? Sandaime said. The Umbu didn't hesitate to answer. That was Naruto-kwan's second bloodline, the Juggen Evil Eyes. It complements with the Kuratenshi Tsubasa. Those bloodlines came from Mizuhasama's lineage, Sandaime-sama. The Umbu said. Surprised to say, Sandaime was not shocked at the Umbu's reply. He knew that one of these days, Naruto will get to activate all of his powerful bloodlines. Minato Mizuho, he's becoming stronger than you've ever wished. Soon, he will surpass everyone, even you, Minato, my friend. Sandaime thought. Hokage-sama. The Umbu called. Yes? Sandaime said. The Genins have already picked a number, Hokage-sama. It's your turn to announce when the next fight will be. The black-masked Umbu replied. Right, Sandaime said as he stood up from his seat. Before him were the victors of this stage, namely, Nara Shikamaru 1, Rock Lee 1, Sabakanagara 3, Sabakano Kankuro 2, Sabakano Tamari 4, Ikihasasuke 2, Uzumaki Naruto 3. First, congratulations for winning this second stage. Now, you'll all have at least 1 month to train for the next stage. Do your best. Sandaime said, leaving the ninjas behind. The said ninjas were wondering what could the last stage of the Chunin exam would be like, since they were facing real ninjas here. Someone who they didn't know personally. In the case of the Leaf Nines and the Sand Nines. The Sand Nines were a big mystery to them. Several minutes passed. All the ninjas went to their merry way. Some were disappointed while some were pleased. Currently in Ananzen, though we could see our favorite blue-eyed Shinobi, Uzumaki Naruto. He had been asleep, since his body agreed to it. There he was sleeping without a care to the world around him. Even Kyuubi was supplying him a wondrous dream in Naruto's point of view. It was about him and his angel. They were flying under the moonlight. They were alone, until he was hearing some giggling. Naruto was automatically awakened by the said disturbance. He was frankly looking who could have been giggling at the male section of the Ananzen. Once he found the source of the disturbing sound, he had the urge to yell at the said source. Before him was a half-naked man with white long hair and red markings on his face. The said half-naked man was giggling. Is he peeping? Naruto thought. Then there he heard again. The white-haired man was giggling again. Naruto was about to shout when he heard a familiar voice from the women's section of the Ananzen. Come on, Kurenai, tell us what was it like flying with him? A familiar voice rang from the other side of the Ananzen. Naruto recognized it as his second examiner, Mitarashi Anko. Then another familiar voice was heard. Tell us. It was that cat mastery NBU Yuzuki Yugao. Naruto thought. Without a second or two, another familiar voice was heard. Y'all speak for Motoko here. Come on, Kurenai, tell us please. It was Haku, Zabu's adopted sister. It was just until now, Naruto realized that there were 5 Kanojis at the other side of the Ananzen, including his Jounin sensei, and this white-haired man was peeping on them. He quickly rose up from the waters and yelled. What the heck do you think you're doing? Naruto shouted. This caused the other ninjas from the other side of the Ananzen to rise from the hot water, securing their bodies from the unknown pervert, as though they thought. The white-haired man looked back at the other customer of the Ananzen, signaling him to shut up. Stop it, he said. Why? So that the women you're peeping won't know about your act. Naruto shouted, bringing his volume up. Unfortunately for the white-haired man, the women already decided to bring forth their wrath. The said white-haired man was tied at a nearby tree by a half-mast kunoichi. It was Motoko. You, the white-haired man started. The half-mast kunoichi walked up to the tied man and whispered something unknown to the others. Once she was done, she walked back to the other women. Some were not looking at the pervert, but they were looking at the blonde shinobi in the Ananzen. Naruto noticed the stares being given to him. He just laughed nervously and said, don't you feel a little awkward here? You're in the men's section of the Ananzen. Somebody could see y'all. Naruto said as he looked down, avoiding the stares being given to him. Anko smirked as she saw the young man nervous from his feet. Why? You scared Naruto-kun? Anko said as she walked in front of the blonde. Yugao and Haku had a smile on their faces while Kurenai just stood there, silent. Motoko, on the other hand, was nowhere to be found. For women stood there, half-naked, with a blonde shinobi, half-naked as well, forgetting the white-haired man at the tree. Naruto gulped at his sudden predicament. He was about to say something when someone broke it for him. Anko. It was Kurenai. Yugao and Haku looked between the two while Naruto was at the middle. Anko looked at the Genjutsu mistress with a raised eyebrow. There was something on her face which stated, "Don't mess with me when I'm having fun." She was currently looking at Kurenai. The said woman had a serious look on her face too, but it didn't state anything, unlike Anko's. What? Anko asked. Just leave Naruto-kun alone. We better head back to the women's section and fast. Kurenai said with a plain tone. Her face didn't show any emotion, nor was she concealing it, just like a while ago. Kurenai raised her eyebrow when she heard the Tokubetsu Joan and chuckled, and it got worse. Anko started to laugh hysterically. Now it was everyone's turn to look confused at the Tokubetsu Joan and ha ha ha, you should see the look on your face. Ha ha, it was ha ha ha, hilarious, ha. Anko laughed more. Kurenai had the urge to yell at the woman before her while. Yugao and Haku just sighed at the woman. Naruto, well, he had a blank look on his face. Once again they forgot about the white-haired man behind them. After several seconds, Kurenai pulled Anko away, making the other Kanojis follow from behind. Naruto looked at the retreating women, then to the white-haired man. The said white-haired man was looking at him as well. Their staring contest ended when the white-haired man spoke. You're Uzumaki Naruto, correct? Automatically, Naruto raised an eyebrow, confused as to how would this man know him. Naruto just nodded and said, that I am in you are? Naruto asked. The white-haired man had the urge to yell at the blonde, but then he just let his cool take over him. Kids these days. The white-haired man thought, I am Jiraiya, one of the legendary three. The Jiraiya said, but Naruto cut him off. You're one of the legendary three? As in one of sand. MGG students, I really have hard time believing at that crap. Naruto said he had a bored look on his face when Jiraiya introduced himself. Jiraiya's eyebrow twitched at the blonde's behavior. You're coming with me, he said. Naruto said. What? Are you deaf? Jiraiya asked, making the blonde shot back. Why the heck will I go with you? For all I know, you're a pervert. Jiraiya had a grin on his face. He walked away to the said blonde, and without a second or two, he formed a set of hand seals and said, Kukyo's no jutsu. Soon, there was a frog that's almost as big as a human being. Jiraiya still had the smirk on his face as he looked at the shock shinobi. Meet me at the lake tomorrow morning, Jiraiya said, leaving the shock Naruto behind. Which lake? Naruto thought. The next day came. Naruto was walking at a side of a lake. He was thinking of the encounter he had with the toad Sandine. What was he thinking? Naruto thought. Unknown to him, someone was watching/stalking at him. Good to see you came, the stalker said. Naruto looked behind. It was Jiraiya, the perverted hermit. He was wearing the oddest pile of clothes Naruto had ever seen. Here I am. What do you want? Naruto asked. Jiraiya ignored the sarcasm and proceeded to his agenda. I'm here to teach you Gaki, Jiraiya said. Naruto raised an eyebrow, but when he remembered the encounter last night, he immediately said yes to the perverted hermit. Jiraiya was watching the blonde as he jumped up and down in front of him, something he remembered back when his student was alive. Okay, calm yourself, geez. Why are you so excited? Jiraiya asked. Come on, Ero-sentin. What's the first lesson? Naruto said, obviously excited. Jiraiya was calming himself. The boy had a knack to call him Ero-sentin, perverted hermit. He just sighed at the thought. I've heard that you have wings. Is that true? Jiraiya asked. Naruto nodded and said, yes, I do have wings, he said as he activated his cure tent sheet. Supposo. What else can you do with it aside from flying? Jiraiya asked again. Naruto was on his thinking position. I guess I can use it as a shield. I've done it several times, Naruto said. Jiraiya was pondering at Naruto's words. Can you use it as a weapon? Jiraiya asked again. Naruto's face fell. I don't know, he said. Yair, come on. Come with me, Jiraiya said. Naruto was taken aback as he saw the hermits retreating back. Wait up, he said as he deactivated his wings. Naruto was following the said frog Sentin. They were still near the lake, only a few meters away from where they stood a while ago. What now, Arrow Sentin? Naruto asked. That's it, Jiraiya thought. Let's just say. Jiraiya snapped. Stop calling me that, you brat. Jiraiya shouted. I'm going to teach you to summon. Jiraiya added. Naruto was about to shout back, but when he heard what Jiraiya had said, Naruto was all ears to the toad sanding. Summon? Naruto repeated. What? You don't know what's a summon? Jiraiya asked. I know them, but that would mean I have to get a contract from a certain animal or summon, Naruto said. Jiraiya had a grin on his face, stating that his answer was correct for someone in his age. There he was once again, forming the needed hand seals for the summoning. Once Jiraiya was done, he bit his thumb and slammed both palms at the ground, saying, Kukyo's no jutsu at the same time. Soon there was this frog again, the one Naruto saw back at the onsen. The said frog brought out a large scroll from its mouth. Jiraiya promptly opened the said scroll and said, Sign here using your blood, Jiraiya said as he pointed out. Naruto noticed Jiraiya's name, and then another name next to him and his signature. The mysterious signature that said, Nami K's Minato. He's the fourth sensei? Naruto wondered as he signed the said contract. They're done, Naruto said. Before we do the summoning, have you done tree climbing to control your chopper? Jiraiya asked, which earned him a nod from the said blonde. Okay, how about water walking? Jiraiya asked again, but then again Naruto nodded in response. What the heck have you been teaching here, Mika? Jiraiya said to no one in particular in his mind. He just sighed and said, Fine. We'll start with the summoning, but I must warn you, the frog boss is not that easy to be pleased. Jiraiya said, Yush. Naruto said as he mocked a salute. Now I want you to do these hand seals. Jiraiya said he was currently teaching Naruto the correct set of hand seals needed for the summoning. Now do as I say. Bite your thumb to draw some blood. Slam both of your palms to the ground and say the summoning jutsu. Got it so far? Jiraiya asked. Naruto nodded in response. He did what he was told to. By the time he finished with the whole ordeal, he announced, Kukyo's no jutsu. Soon there was a cloud of smoke, but it wasn't big as Jiraiya. A while ago, it was rather small. When the smoke dissipated, it only revealed a small version of the frog a while ago. Yo, it said. Naruto was looking at the frog. He was quite surprised to see it talked, and yet here it was asking for him if he got some candies in him. Hello? Are you deaf? Do you have some candy with you? It asked again. Ha! Oh, here. Naruto said as he gave the said frog a mint. Mint him. Thanks. I'm Damakichi, and you are? Damakichi asked. Naruto. Who's a Maki Naruto? Naruto said. Ja. I'm going now. Thanks for the mint again. Naruto. Damakichi said as he poofed away, leaving a dumbfounded Naruto. Not bad for a first try, Naruto. Jiraiya said from the behind. Now do it again, this time try to summon the big boss. Jiraiya said. Naruto promptly went back to his feet and did the necessary hand seals. Once he was done, he bit his thumb again and slammed both of his palms to the ground and shouted, Kukyo's no jutsu. Then it happened again. There was a cloud of smoke, but this time it was humongous. The cloud dissipated and it revealed the king of all frogs, Gamabantha. Jiraiya, how dare you summon me at a time like this? He shouted. Naruto was looking everywhere as if trying to find someone. But then he noticed something. The said perverted Toad-san was nowhere to be found. Naruto looked up and said, Erosanin didn't summon you. I did. Naruto shot back. Gamabantha heard a voice, but then he couldn't see where the source was coming from. This is getting nowhere, Naruto thought. He activated his wings and flew in front of the boss frog. Gamabunta saw something landed on his nose, and said, "I was the one who summoned you." He shouted, "You, a mere pipsqueak, you must be joking me." Gamabunta said, he was looking at the blonde boy on his nose. There was something about him that he was familiar with. Then he noticed the black wings on his back. Is he considering him now? Jiraiya thought. He was currently watching Naruto and the big boss frog as they confront with each other. I already did the other half. I guess it's your turn now, Jiraiya said to someone in particular. A shadow walked out of nowhere. It revealed a feminine form. She had black shoulder-length wavy hair and red intense eyes. She was watching Naruto from far behind, just like Jiraiya. The said figure was smiling as she watched Naruto, who was trying to convince the said frog boss. Naruto has grown so much, Nesima. I'm sure you're watching over him now. Meanwhile, back with Naruto, the said blonde was still trying to convince Gamabunta, but then another poof was heard. When the smoke dissipated, it revealed the small frog, Gamakichi. Yo Pops. Oh hey Naruto, what are you doing here? Whoa, you have wings. That's cool, man. Gamakichi said. Gamabunta was looking at his son, Gamakichi, then to this blonde boy again. Gamakichi, what are you doing here? Gamabunta asked. Mom was wondering where you've been. You suddenly disappeared in a poof. Gamakichi said. Naruto could swear he was hearing some grunting coming from Gamabunta. Then the next thing he knew, Gamabunta was looking at him and then to his son. How did you know this human? Gamabunta asked. I think he summoned me a while ago. I like him, Pops. He gave me this mint just a moment ago. Gamakichi said. Gamabunta looked at the blonde boy again and said, For now you have the permission to summon any of my children except me. Do you understand that? I still have to give you a test to see if you really are worthy of my services. Gamabunta said as he and Gamakichi poofed away. Why was Naruto shouted as he flew almost everywhere in the clearing. After several minutes, he landed back on the ground. He was happy at the new jutsu he had learned. He was about to walk again, but something was off. He couldn't move. Naruto was trying force himself to, but he can't. He felt someone was behind him and that someone was walking to his direction. Once that someone was in front of Naruto, his eyes grew as possible as they can get. Naruto stuttered, not because he couldn't move, he can move now, but he was like in an automatic shutdown. You already forgot my name, Naruto-kun? It was Aika, Naruto's former sensei. She was currently looking at the wide-eyed blonde who was still shocked at what he was seeing. Naruto, are you alright? Aika asked as she waved her right hand in front of Naruto's face. Naruto shook his head several times. It was as if he was just dreaming, but then again he wasn't. And Aika made sure of that. Naruto, what I'm about to do to you now will sting a little bit, so prepare for the inevitable, Aika said. Naruto was about to ask what was going on. But all of a sudden he felt a pang of great pain struck through his right arm. It made him go limp. He screamed as the pain went to its highest level. He was screaming, but then noticed he couldn't even muster a single whisper from his mouth. He looked at his former sensei who was watching him as well. After several minutes he passed out. Soon there was a black-like markings around his right arm, and his wings tattooed at the back extended even further. The only part of his body that wasn't covered by the black markings was his left arm. By the time Naruto woke up, he noticed the surroundings hadn't changed. It was like the time didn't change at all. He was there, lying on the ground. He was wondering about the encounter he had with Aika. Did that really happen? He asked to no one in particular. Then he noticed a note stuck on his forehead which stated, Hey Gaki, sorry I got to run again. If you noticed, the time didn't change. So, you still have time to go and meet your teammates. Oh, and if you notice the bandage on your right arm, don't take it off if you don't want to faint. He just kidding. If you feel that it doesn't hurt anymore, you can take it off. Once again, I'll see you when I'll see you. Aika. Naruto read the note again and again. For the second time, she left him again with a note. He noticed his right arm bandaged and felt as if nothing had happened to it. After several seconds, he started to walk towards the training grounds. The first thing he noticed was his John and Sensei, and she was, hiding behind a bush. Naruto raised an eyebrow as he watched the said John, and he just walked next to her, but when he was about to say good afternoon, he was pulled down by Karina, signaling him to keep quiet as she pointed the other members of Team 8, namely Inuzuka Kiba and Higa Hinata. The said Jonins were currently seating at a log, both talking with each other. Karina and Naruto noticed Hinata's giggling and keep his blush. I wonder where Sensei and Naruto is. They're quite late, don't you think? Hinata said. Maybe they went on a date. Kiba said, which made the Huda princess chuckle and said, maybe, but then again there they are, and Nada said as she pointed out at the newcomers. So what were you two doing while we were not yet here? Naruto asked with a grin. Nothing. How about the both of you? Where were you both? Kiba asked with a grin on the face. Karina and Naruto didn't answer. They just looked away, but Kiba was eyeing the both of them. Naruto, what happened to your arm? Karina asked, trying to change the topic. Oh, it's nothing. Naruto said with a smile on his face. Kiba was about to say something when, suddenly Hinata said, Naruto, what do you plan now for the Chunin exam? You're facing Subakanagara, right? Hinata asked. Naruto still had a smile on his face. Don't worry about me. I'll be fine, he said. Say, Naruto, what's this on your neck? Kiba asked as he tackled down the said blonde while Hinata and Karina were watching the two as they wrestled down to the ground. It's nothing, Naruto said as he tried to get away from the dog user. When they were about to start to wrestle against someone, poofed in it was Kakashi with Guy. Naruto, Kakashi called. Naruto looked at his adopted brother and then to Guy. What's the matter, Nissen? Naruto asked. Kakashi noticed the bandage on Naruto's right arm and said, what happened to your arm? You didn't get injured, did you? Kakashi asked with seriousness in his eye. No, I didn't get injured. I had these when I was training with myself just near the lake a while ago. Why? What's the matter? Naruto asked. Kakashi sighed in relief. It's Lee. He was attacked. Ten said that it was Subakanagara who attacked Lee, but we don't have enough evidence to disqualify him in the Chunin exam. I'm afraid that Lee will have to forfeit the match with a Suma student. It is just so unyouthful, Guy said as he cried in front of the other ninjas. Some were sending him weird looks, but some were just silent as they felt a bit sad for their fellow shinobi. This made Naruto more determined to fight that Subakanagara. Aside from the feral feeling he felt during their first encounter, he was definitely going to show that Subakanagara a thing or two. Glad to see her safe, Otudo, Kakashi said as he ruffled Naruto's hair. The said blonde Gennon was occupied a while ago. He was staring at his bandage fist. Kiba and Hinata thought Naruto will go berserk again, just like in the Forest of Death. Everyone swore they saw a hint of black in Naruto's eyes, but it quickly faded away when Kakashi ruffled the said blonde's hair. After several minutes, Kakashi and Guy went to their teams, leaving teammate quiet as they just stood there not even talking with each other. The news of Rock Lee's attack was still on their minds. So who's up to a little sparring session? Naruto asked, trying to change the topic. The rest of the team just looked at him with a smile on their faces. Okay, I'll spar with you, just to make sure that you won't be the laughingstock of the Gennon exam when you walk out the stadium with a loser printout to your forehead, Kiba said, which made Naruto smirk. As if, let's see you try. I bet you won't even lay a single finger on me, Naruto joked. He saw the young Inuzuka and his dog Akamaru form the Jizen Buchan, making an exact replica of the dog user. Meanwhile, Karina and Hinata were watching the whole ordeal. They both had the same thought running to their heads, which only stated, boys, Karina and Hinata. They just sat at the log and watched how Naruto did get all Kiba's attack. Now, they're seeing Naruto on the offense while Kiba was on the defense. Kiba was trying to move as fast as he could, but Naruto was like everywhere. He stopped just when Naruto punched this tree, but from what he saw it was beyond Naruto's power. The tree was cut in half, making it fall. Kiba was thankful that Akamaru was there to push him out of the way. Kiba was still on the ground while Akamaru changed to his original form. He was still looking at Naruto, who was standing on the ground, staring at his right hand. Both Kurenai and Hinata walked to both genins and asked if they were all right. They too saw just how Naruto managed to make that tree fall down with just one punch. The three of them were thinking, what if Kiba was that tree? Are you all right? They heard Naruto ask. I'm fine. Wow, Naruto, how did you do that? Kiba asked. I don't know. Naruto said. Once again with I don't know speech. You know Naruto? Kiba said. Everybody was looking at the young Inuzuka as if telling him to continue with what he was saying, which he did. You are so full of surprises. Kiba added. I guess I am he. Naruto said as he scratched the back of his neck. The training teammate went through varied from genjutsu, ninjutsu, taijutsu, and tactical training as well. Most of the time they discussed about genjutsu and tactics since that's where Kurenai mostly specialized that, and sometimes she let Naruto teach some ninjutsu and taijutsu. Even Kurenai was listening as well whenever Naruto was the one teaching. Kiba and Hinata took notice the things happening to their sensei and to their teammate for the past few weeks. They were currently listening to Naruto, who was explaining something about katan jutsus. And then there they saw their sensei listening attentively to their temporary sensei, but then again they just have to shrug it off since they both had to listen as well. That's about it, Naruto said. He looked at his temporary students. He noticed a couple of things. 1. Kiba and Hinata were looking at him, then to Kurenai, and 2. Kurenai was looking at him. What time is it? Naruto asked. It's almost 11:15. Hinata replied. The moment she realized what she had said, all three genins were in panic, even Kurenai too, but she just simply let her cool take over. We're going to be late. The three genins shouted in response. How come none of you noticed the time? Naruto asked, but when he saw all three looked away, including Kurenai, he just sighed and said, oh, never mind. Best way to get there on time is to fly. Come on, Naruto. Kiba said. You planned this, didn't you? Naruto asked, more like stated as he eyed the said dog user. No, I didn't. It just went through my mind. Kiba said. Fine, Kgi Bushin no Jutsu. Naruto said. Soon there were three Naruto. None knew who the real Naruto was. They just flew past all of the training ground. They managed to get to the part where the referee introduced himself. The said referee stopped when everyone including him was looking at the newcomers. /in who wouldn't look at a fancy entrance any? The spectators noticed there were three winged Narutos. The first two landed and they both let go the ones they were carrying, namely Hoga Hinata and Inuzuka Kiba. Once the third Naruto landed, the first two Narutos dissipated. Now wasn't that fun? Well, unlike the first time Naruto said as he let go of Kurenai. Kurenai, however, could swear there were people looking at her. She just looked calm as if no one was staring at her, which there was. We could start with a few numbers of genins, chunons, junons, and some villagers as well. She just watched Naruto as he landed where all the chunan candidates stood. There Naruto saw the other genins looking at him, namely Naro Shikamaru, who just stated how troublesome, and then looked away Sabakunagara, who had the look on his face, which stated, I'm gonna kill you kind of look, Sabakunog Kankuro, who had a look on his face, which stated, what the heck were you doing back up there? Kind of look, Sabakunog Tamari, who was just staring at the ground, probably cursing herself for not doing anything. Then, there was Uchiha Sasuke, who was as stoic as he could possibly be. The referee sighed as he saw the newcomer, Uzumaki Naruto. He just had to show off in front of everybody else. The referee thought as he shook his head several times. Due to Rock Lee's forfeiture, the first match Rock Lee versus Naro Shikamaru will be changed, the referee said. He looked at the other genins and pointed out at Sabakunog Tamari. He said, since you're in the waiting list, you're gonna fight Naro Shikamaru. What? Tamari said, why am I the one who have to fight a girl? Shikamaru said with a bored tone and look on his face. Tamari wasn't pleased at the referee's decision. She just glared at the lazy shinobi before her. She just watched the other genins move to where they originally sat before. She could see Naruto seated next to his Joun and sensei. How troublesome, she heard him say. The referee was looking between the said genins. He could tell the first genin was lazy enough to quit the fight, while the second genin was not even interested in fighting the said first genin. He just sighed at the thought. Ready, fight, the referee announced. Both said genins were expected to move, but none came. They just stood there observing each other. The leaf genin Naro Shikamaru saw this sand. Genin, Sabakunog Tamari, moved this enormous fan from her back. Shikamaru was wondering what this fan's purpose was, and yet he noticed that she was standing in a good 20 meters, 20 m, away from him. It only hit him literally when he saw her, swung her fan in front of him. Soon, there was a gust of wind all over the arena. Some of the Tunins and Jounians were amazed at the power of that swing Sabakunog Tamari displayed. You don't have to hide your lazy ass, genin. Tamari shot. She was currently looking for the lazy genin Naro Shikamaru, who was currently hiding behind a tree. Troublesome, Shikamaru thought. I don't get it, where's Shikamaru gone to? Ino asked. He's probably thinking of a way to defeat Tamari's sand. Narugo said. Nah, he'll quit the fight, I tell you. Churji said as he continued to eat his chips. Wait, you know that sand mean? Ino asked, which made almost everyone in earshot look at their direction. What? Naruto asked. How did you know her, Hanaruto-kun? Ino asked, but before Naruto could reply someone asked. Another question. Why were you trying to kiss her before Hanaruto-kun? It was Haruno Sakura. The said Kunoichi was now standing in front of Naruto. Like how many times do I have to tell you, I wasn't gonna kiss her. Naruto shot back. Unfortunately, Ino and Sakura weren't the only ones who have ears, though. Really, Naruto-kun? Naruto heard someone ask. By the time he turned around, he saw this Tokubetsu Jounin. Mitarashi Anko beside her was in his ukahana. Really, Naruto-kun, you were not trying to get a kiss from that Sanmin? Anko asked as she pointed at the blonde Kunoichi. Meanwhile, the said blonde Kunoichi who was at the arena was now seen as red as a tomato. She was just standing there, not even moving a single inch. Her head was low as she continued to listen to the conversation going on up at the bleachers. I wasn't gonna kiss her, okay? Naruto shot back again. Anko started to act disappointed. Darn it. Then that means you're not interested in older women, Anko said. Hana saw Anko's act and she too was acting like she was pouting. Kiba wanted to bury himself from the humiliation he was suffering into. If not, he wanted to bury her sister for what was the reason again. Was it? His sister was flirting with his team mate/friend. What else could happen next? He asked. Why didn't say that? Naruto said, which caused the said older women, namely Mitarashi Anko, Inuzuka Hana, and Yuhikirinai, to snap their direction back to Naruto. So, you like older women and Naruto-kun? Anko asked as she had the said blonde from his seat. Naruto was about to say another word but something caught his eyes. It was this mysterious black mask they imbued, who was currently walking, probably on her way to where the Kagis were seating. Unfortunately, Anko took this as another alibi and said, Don't tell me you like brunettes and Naruto-kun? Anko said. What? Naruto said with a raised eyebrow. Meanwhile back with Tamari versus Shikamaru, the said blonde Kunoichi was still waiting for the lazy genin to come out from where he was hiding. It has been 10 minutes since Shikamaru started to hide as Tamari thought. Surprisingly, Shikamaru came out. Tamari looked at him with a smirk on her face. He was somewhat hiding behind a shadow and his jacket was nowhere to be seen. Tamari looked at him but this time her smirk was gone. She could see her opponent forming a slight smile as though she thought, what's he smiling about? Tamari asked herself. Her eyes grew in surprise when she saw Shikamaru kneeled in one knee and formed a single hand. Seal. She immediately saw this black shadow-like form on the ground. As long as I stay on the side of the lying, your shadow imitation won't reach me, Tamari declared. A while ago she would have thought that she had won, but still there's something bothering her. It was Shikamaru's smile/smirk. Checkmate. Tamari heard Shikamaru say, Tamari thought. Tamari was about to say something, but then she couldn't even open her mouth. She just looked at her opponent, then suddenly her body starts to mimic the moves Shikamaru was doing. You can talk now, Shikamaru said. Temari glared at him and said, How? She asked. Your wind carried out my jacket, see. He held out the said jacket, but something caught Temari's eyes. There was a kunai tied with the jacket. I simply used its shadow to connect to yours, Shikamaru said. Surprised to say, Temari was impressed, and even the referee was impressed as well. Yada. Shikamaru won. Ino said, Nah, he'll quit this one, I tell you. Shigi said, Shut up, you fat ass. Ino shot back. That was one mistake Ino have to remember. I'm not fat. I'm just big-boned. Chuji shouted. Hey, break it off. I think the referee is going to announce the winner, Naruto said. Miraculously, the two stopped bickering, but unknown to Naruto. Someone was not watching at the declaration, but instead that someone was watching/staring at him. As Shikamaru walked, Temari followed. She still has those glaring eyes on, and still, Shikamaru didn't care. He just said, Quit. The referee and even Temari looked at him with wide eyes. He obviously won, but still he quits. Why? Temari thought. She was about to ask why, but Shikamaru beat her up to it. This is just too troublesome. Besides, I don't have enough chakra to continue on, Shikamaru said. Temari just kept staring at Shikamaru's retreating back. The referee too was staring, but then he remembered that he had to declare the winner. The next fight was with Uchiha Sasuke and Sabakno Kankuro. After several seconds, Sasuke was already at the arena waiting for his opponent Sabakno Kankuro. What the heck is going on? Sasuke wondered. But then another Chunin came to the referee. Sasuke was watching the two. As the Chunin whispered something to the referee, Sasuke could see the referee's reaction. There was shock, surprise, and disbelief. Then the referee sighed. Sasuke saw the Chunin again, but this time he walked away, leaving the referee and him at the arena. Due to the forfeiture of Sabakno Kankuro, I declare Uchiha Sasuke as the winner in this match, the referee announced. But some would have thought that it would be alright since their prodigy won. But then again, no, some people wanted to see their prodigy fight. It was really unexpected, as Sandaime thought. What are we going to do? The referee thought. He called out the Chunin from a while ago and said, Go and tell this to the Hokage. Without a second or two, the Chunin poofed out, running to where the other Kagis were, namely the Hokage and the Kazekage. They want to see Uchiha Sasuke fight death. Sandaime Hokage repeated. Hi, Hokage-sama, the Chunin replied. Fine, but after Uzumaki Naruto's fight. Besides, the exam had not yet ended. Am I correct? The Sandaime said. It is such a shame that my son backed down against this Uchiha Sasuke. The Kazekage said. Sandaime just looked back at the Kazekage inside. He just continued to watch. The next fight, Uzumaki Naruto versus Sabakno Gaara. The said competitors were not still at the arena. Back at the bleachers, Naruto was still there. He stood up just when the referee started to call out his and Gaara's name. From below, he could see Gaara with crossed arms staring at him. He was about to fly down, but then someone stopped him by the wrist. Good luck. It was Kurenai. She slowly let him go. Naruto looked back at his Jounin sensei, then to his teammates. Before he could proceed at the arena, he casted a small smile and 2 thumbs up at his teammates and sensei as he activated his wings. But once again, before he could fly down, there was someone seated at his seat. Team 8 could see Naruto's reaction. It was filled with shock, joy, and surprise. They just looked where Naruto was currently looking. AISSS and Naruto stuttered. Geez, Naruto-kun, you already forgot my name. I just visited you last week or the other week. I can't really remember. Aika acted as if she couldn't see Naruto smile. Sensei, Naruto promptly hugged the said woman while the others in sight were either shocked or just shocked. Hey, enough with the hugging, you have a fight to win on. UGH my back. Aika said as she tried to push back the said blonde away. Does my OL sensei feels her age? Naruto said. Are you stating that I'm old Gaki? Aika said with a raised eyebrow. Why? Are you not? Naruto said with a smirk. Team, I'm only 20 years old. God damn it. Aika shot back as she held Naruto by the collar. Shit, Naruto thought. Watch the strength. Naruto whispered repeatedly as he closed his eyes. He waited for an expected whack coming from his former sensei, but surprisingly it never came. Instead, a small kiss was planted on his cheek. Naruto blinked once, if not twice. Good luck, Aika said as she let go of Naruto, who flew down to the arena. That's Naruto's former sensei, Karina thought as she glanced at the said woman. She forgot the mere fact that Aika was just seated next to her. Meanwhile, back at the arena, Naruto landed and still Gaara had the grumpy look on his face. I thought you'd never come down, the referee said. Naruto chuckled as he scratched the back of his head. Uzumaki-san, Gaara called. Naruto looked at him, but this time Naruto's facade changed. Big time, Gaara-san, Naruto said. The referee looked at the said competitors. There was something different and similar between them. Is it just me or it's getting a little hot in here? Kiba said. It has begun, Aika said in her mind with a smile. Unknown to Aika, Karina was watching at her. What's she smiling at? Karina wondered. Back at the arena, both opponents were observing each other's weaknesses, if any though. Ready, fight, the referee declared. He immediately moved out of the way just in case these two started to attack each other. But surprisingly, none came. They just stood there, staring with each other. For a good 10 minutes, both competitors were still standing there. It was as if they were statues. What are they waiting for? The referee wondered, but then it just hit him hard. He immediately ran up to the bleachers when he saw something seeping out from both genins. The referee was sure that there's sand coming out from Sabaka no Gaara's gourd, but from Naruto he wasn't sure if it was flames. Thus, the color of it was blue. This was the first time Karina seen Naruto act like this. She saw her other students, who were watching the whole ordeal. They both had to look as if they had seen the whole thing. Tell me, have you two seen Naruto like this? Karina asked in a low voice. Both Hinata and Kiba just nodded in response. Karina looked back where Naruto was currently standing. It was as if the said blonde was calling out his own chakra from his body while Gaara had his sand around his body serving as his defense. It was as if the sand was flowing just like the blue flame Naruto had. Then it stopped. The sand came barging in. It formed a 20 feet, spike-like shaped sand, which seemed like tentacles, came rushing towards Naruto. Everybody would have thought that Gaara's attack was a sure kill since it was like 20 feet sand. With tentacles, by the way. The said attack almost covered the whole arena. Now everybody wondered, how the hell did that sand fit it inside that genin's gourd? Or some wondered if that blonde genin was still alive. When the after effects of Gaara's attack were gone, almost everybody cheered. When they saw Uzumaki Naruto, standing with his wings activated. There was a certain glow in it. As it flowed from his back and boy, with that act Karina could swear there were some girls shouting out Naruto's name. What the heck is he thinking? Karina thought. Is that all you got? Naruto said as he uncovered his right arm. It was like what Aika said. Don't take it off if you want to faint. Now he knew what that joke meant. His right arm was covered with black-like markings that seemed like a black dragon since it swirled around his arm. Then, for Naruto's last act, he took off his shirt. After several seconds, there were squeals everywhere coming from the kanojis inside the arena. But then again, Naruto ignored it. I guess it's my turn. This is for my friend. I hope you can still remember him once I'm done with you, Naruto announced. He literally charged at Gaara, who already had his sand formed like a ball and him inside of it. He managed to land a hit on Gaara's sand. It was a single punch, but it managed to create a little crater on it, probably making the one inside of it a little shaken. Shaken or not, there was definitely something going on inside of it. Naruto could see an eye-like sand figure from above where Gaara was currently hiding. What the heck? Naruto thought. As if on cue, there was a loud boom coming from the west gate. Immediately, Kanahin ninjas were definitely alerted. But the next thing caught them off guard. Odenin started to rain in the whole place. Aika stood up from her seat and formed a set of hand seals and shouted, "Namurahane no jutsu." Soon, Yents and villagers started to fall asleep. Only a few was left to fight back against the Otanins. Meanwhile, Sandame too was at a tight spot. Before him was his former student, Orochimaru. "It looks like you already know of my presence, Sarutobi-sensei. I have to admit I'm quite impressed," Orochimaru said with a smirk on his face. "I just look old. Orochimaru, don't underestimate me. I'm still your sensei after all." Sarutobi said, "That I doubt. Why won't we settle this in an all-out battle?" Orochimaru said, but before Sarutobi could reply, Orochimaru immediately charged at the said old man, giving him a continuous series of jabs. But just like what the old man had said, don't underestimate him. In every jab, kick, and punches Orochimaru did, Sarutobi always managed to block, if not counterattack his every move. Back with Naruto and Gaara's fight, the said Sandame was still inside his barrier, but then Naruto noticed that it started to crack. Soon he could see Gaara, yet there was something different in him. The color white from his eyes were gone. It was replaced with black. His green eyes were replaced with brown ones. It was as if he looked like a raccoon. Is he transforming into something? Naruto thought. His answer was about to be answered when two familiar ninjas came in front of him. "Gaara, go and disengage the next plan," Temari shouted. Gaara didn't reply, he just sprint up to the forest where he could transform freely. Naruto, on the other hand, was not going to let Gaara go that easily. He was about to run past Temari and Kankuro, but Temari's fan prevented him to it. "I really don't have enough time for this, so just let me pass," Naruto said. "We were ordered to do this." "I'm sorry, Naruto-kwan," Temari said. "Ma, enough with this. He's our enemy, for crying out loud, finish him already," Kankuro said. Just after Kankuro said that, Naruto bring forth his wings. He promptly flew past both Sand Needs, who were quite taken back when they just remembered that Naruto can fly. Back with the Jonins at the stadium, some of the Trunins, Jonins, and Anbius were currently fending off against the Otanins. It was like they just kept on coming and coming non-stop. Of all, the entire ruckus happening inside Konoha. Some ninjas were staring at a lone figure that was presently standing, alone. It was as if the said figure didn't even notice that there were ninjas coming on her way. Haku was about to warn the said woman, but then everybody stopped when they all heard a familiar jetsu. "Shiraya no jetsu," Aika shouted. Everyone who knew the jetsu looked was surprising their eyes. The last time they've seen the said jetsu, it was being transmitted by Naruto back at Wave Country, and his version was rather small than this one. It was definitely a dragon-shaped lightning, but it was bigger than Naruto's. Without a second or two, half of the Otanins were dead. From where Ayaka stood, she could see a group of Genins following Naruto from behind. A while ago, Harunosakura managed to dispel the said Genjutsu. She was ordered to awaken any ninja she knew who's capable of fighting against enemy nines. She already awakened 3 Genins, namely, Aki Hasasuk, Inuzuka Kiba, and Abaramed Shino. Currently Ayaka was still watching the said Genin group from where she stood. Yayatanines at the stadium stopped attacking as the Jonin thought, but something caught their eyes, and still it was Ayaka again. But this time she had something similar to Naruto's. She activated her Kara Tenshitsubasa. She looked at a certain elite Jonin, Yuhikiranai. "You'll go after those Genins. If my nephew got injured, I will swear to God I will make you his personal nurse," Aika commanded. Kurenai was about to run, but Kakashi stopped her first. "Wait," he said. Kurenai saw Kakashi form the set of hand seals and placed his palm at hers and said, "Take this with you." Kakashi said, "Ah, thanks," Kurenai said as she looked at the small dog seating on her palm. Right palm to be exact. Piece of advice, don't make Ayaka angry. You don't want to see her angry, I tell you, Kakashi said. "You know her?" Kurenai asked. "Details later, you had an order, remember?" Kakashi said. After several seconds, Kurenai was jumping up at the trees in front of her was Pakin, one of Kakashi's dogs. "You go after those Genins." If my nephew Ayaka's words rang to Kurenai's head once again. Wait, did she just say nephew dash? Kurenai asked to no one in particular. Did you say something? Pakin asked. No, I was just thinking about something. Kurenai replied. Then you better stop it for a while. We're getting closer, Pakin said. Meanwhile, Sasuke with his Chitori was charging at Kankuro's puppet, Karasu. It was like a score they have to settle, as Sasuke thought. Now I know why you forfeited at the fight. You were simply afraid of me, Sasuke mocked. He was currently looking at the said Sannin. Take that back, Kankuro shouted. Sasuke thought it was the real Kankuro, but it was just Karasu. Kankuro must have sent his voice so that Sasuke couldn't detect where the said Sannin was. Show yourself, Sasuke demanded. Kankuro would have thought that Sasuke was just looking for him, as he gently placed Karasu at Sasuke's back. Immediately, Kankuro opened the said puppet with his chakra strings. Kankuro was trying to trap Sasuke inside of Karasu with success. But that was one mistake he had to learn. Kankuro could hear some loud creaking sound coming from Karasu. It was pretty unusual since there was light seeping through the puppet. Kankuro watched in horror as his puppet, Karasu, was shattered into pieces. What are you without your puppet? Sasuke asked. You should give up now, Sasuke added. Kankuro sighed as he looked at his damaged puppet. I give up, Kankuro said, not even looking at the Uchiha prodigy. In the meantime, from where Kurina stood she could see a raccoon-like giant just 5 kilometers away. She sprinted up close to see what was happening. But when she could see almost everything, she couldn't help but to be shocked at the sight. There she could see Haruno Sakura at the tree, glued with Gaara's sand, Abram Shino and Inuzuka Kiba, both unconscious at the ground. Then there she saw Sasuke with his panting. He had the look as if he was going to faint, and then there's Naruto looking at Sasuke and to the other unconscious genins in sight. Can you carry these two? Naruto asked. Don't tell me you're gonna fight that monster alone, dash. Sasuke said between pants. Don't tell me you're worried for me, Naruto said with a teasing tone. This isn't the right time to joke around, Naruto, Sasuke said. Well, I'm not joking. Here, I'll lend you a clone, Naruto said as he called out a single clone. The said clone managed to free the pink-haired Kunoichi. Would you like me to carry Shino for you? The clone asked. Sasuke just looked at the clone, then to the real Naruto, who flew away fast. Soon, the clone carried Sakura and Shino as he flew past the forest with Sasuke in pursuit. Currently, Naruto was staring at the raccoon-like giant before him. He was thinking of the ways. How will he get to fight against this creature? He didn't even know what it was. He remembered the encounter he had with the boss frog. How can I summon him at a time like this? Hyoso. I guess I have to try then, Naruto said in his mind. He formed the needed hand seals, bit his thumb to draw some blood, slammed both of his palms and shouted, Kokyos and Ojatsu. Soon, Kurina could see a huge puff of smoke from where she stood. Before her were 2 giants, one was a frog and the other was a raccoon. Jiraiya, how dare you summon me at a time like this? Gamabunto shouted. Boss, over here, Naruto shouted as he flew up to the toad's nose. I thought I told you that you can't summon me unless I told you so? Gamabunto shouted. Again. Yes, but look over there, Naruto replied as he pointed at the giant raccoon in front of them. Chicago. Gamabunto roared out the raccoon's name. That thing has a name, Naruto said in his mind. Hey brat. Think of this as your test and your time starts now, Gamabunto said. Whenever you're ready, boss, Naruto replied. Try to think of a creature that has claws and fangs and also try to do a little hinge trick for me. Quick, Gamabunto asked. Naruto was thinking of a creature that was suitable for this situation. He was contemplating whether he should use the Kubino Kitsune form for this or something that looked like a dragon, but then he made up his mind. Henge, Naruto replied. Soon there was a huge puff of smoke again. The next thing Kurenai saw could possibly made her fall from the tree. Something came out from the puff of smoke. It was like a creature in the mythical stories. This was the first time she'd ever seen a dragon at its full height and power. Gamabunto, in his dragon form, charged at Shikaku. Gamabunto swirled around like a snake, around the giant raccoon as he clawed on its neck. If someone could see them, they would have thought that the dragon was winning from the fight, but then again Shikaku was one of the tailed beasts just like the Kubino Kitsune. Meanwhile, back at the stadium, Aika had ordered some of the shinobis to follow her to where their Hokage was fighting against this Kazekage or Orochimaru, up to the roof. Everyone noticed this purple-colored barrier, and these formed masked shinobis that seemed to be a pillar of this barrier. They could see from the inside their Hokage forming this Jinjitsu, the bringer of darkness. Some thought that their Kage will win, while some thought that their fight will not end soon. But then again they've noticed Orochimaru formed a set of hand seals and something started to seep out from the ground. At first it was a coffin, then another coffin followed. Sarutobi already knew what Orochimaru was trying to do. He immediately stopped the next coffin by the minute. Everybody behind the barrier started to worry for their Hokage, who was now facing against his former senses, the Shodame and the Niding. If Sarutobi-sama didn't stop the last coffin, he would have come face to face against Minato-kwan. I have to do something against this barrier and fast, Aika thought. She noticed those 4 shinobis on each side of the barrier. Aika silently motioned both Kakashi and Guy to the northwest, Haku and Asama to the northeast, Yugao to the east, while Zabusa to the west. Aika ordered them to neutralize those 4 shinobis at all costs and fast while she had to do something. Orochimaru was watching both former Hokages fight against his former sensei, who had already called out his summon, Enma. As Orochimaru continued to watch on, he noticed the barrier was starting to fade. Kyuso. Orochimaru started to curse himself. He had to do his plan or his revenge against this village he once called home. He noticed that Sarutobi was on a tight spot. Literally, he was tied against a tree by the Shodame. Orochimaru dismissed both Kages, leaving him in a tied Sarutobi alone. Orochimaru, Sarutobi started. Sure, don't speak, you're just wasting your energy. Let me end it for you. Orochimaru said as he brought forth his sword, the Kusanagi, from his mouth. He was able to stab through Sarutobi's shoulder. Without content, Orochimaru did the same with Sarutobi's right and left leg. Blood was already spilling out from Sarutobi's body. The sight was already sadistic, and yet Orochimaru was still smiling about it. He wanted to make Sarutobi suffer as he slashed through his body. He wanted to hear him scream in pain and in help. He slowly pulled up the Kusanagi from his limb. Sarutobi could see where Orochimaru would stab him next. Orochi Sarutobi started once again, hoping that Orochimaru would listen, but no. I thought I told you not to speak. Orochimaru yelled. Sarutobi was almost impaled by his former student's next action. Orochimaru raised up the Kusanagi, ready to stab Sarutobi at the chest. Sarutobi, who was unable to defend himself, he was still thinking about Konoha, the villagers, his past students, his past senseis, his son, his grandson, his successor, the ninjas of his home village, and then Konoha again. Sarutobi closed his eyes and waited for his fate being pulled away by his own student. Surprised to say, he saw black as in black wings. Before him was Aika, shielding him from Orochimaru's attack. Surprised to Orochimaru? Aika said in a teasing tone. But before Orochimaru could reply, he was immediately wrapped by Aika's wings, something that the shinobis hadn't seen before. Sarutobi, who was still conscious, saw how Aika managed to incapacitate his former student, Orochimaru. After several seconds, Aika let Orochimaru go. He was panting hard. Orochimaru was about to cast a jutsu, but he noticed he couldn't. What did you do to me? Dash! He shouted on his knees. Aika smirked from where she stood. She didn't even reply. She just walked in front of the snake Sandine and held him by the head. She looked at his snake-like eyes. Sarutobi was watching from where he sat. He wasn't sure what was Aika doing, but he was sure it wasn't pretty, as though he thought Aika was looking at Orochimaru in the eyes, but once she let go of her former sensei, Orochimaru passed out, and so is Aika. Currently with Naruto and Gamabunto versus Gaara and Shikaku. Kurenai was still watching from the distance. And there she saw Naruto on top of Gamabunto in dragon form still fighting against Sabaka no Gaara with Shikaku in his ultimate defense form. Brad, this is getting nowhere. You have to wake that Tanuki so that Shikaku will be forced back. Do it fast. Gamabunto commanded. With that said, Naruto flew down to where Gaara stood. He was about to land a hit on him but Shikaku's sand got him. First, Naruto was forcing himself out with the use of his wings, but the more he struggled, he could feel a part of his wings started to crack. It was like the bones in his wings started to crack from the pressure being emitted by Shikaku's/Gaara's sand. Soon he felt that the pressure was starting to fall down, but then he noticed that he was covered by tongue-like barrier, and then there he saw Gamabunto holding him. Gamabunto tossed Naruto at the air and said, "Don't fail this time, you brat." Naruto was thrown to the air but noticed that Gamabunto suddenly poofed away. He was close to Gaara and Shikaku's sand started to attack him just like a while ago, but Naruto charged up his chakra through his eyes, forming a genjutsu around his body, making himself invisible. As Kurena thought, she was still watching the whole fight. From the distance she could see Naruto landed a hit on that sand near Sabaka no Gaara. Shikaku screamed as he felt that he was losing control over his vessel and that Gaara was starting to rouse up. Naruto landed on a nearby tree just close to where Kurena was standing just a while ago. He noticed that the earth was starting to shake as he watched Shikaku fall down and turn into a sand. Naruto, he heard someone called out. Naruto turned around and saw his John and Sensei Yuhi Kurena standing 20 meters away from him. But then the earth started to crumble again. He immediately flew through her direction and carried her as fast as he can, making sure to get away from what was about to happen. Kurena was about to say something, but she suddenly noticed that their flight was somewhat starting to slow down and something unexpected happened as they land. Naruto started to fall unconscious, but he managed to take the fall instead. From where they landed they couldn't see Shikaku anymore, but instead they could see the Kanehage from the distance. Naruto was a little droopy, but Kurena was telling him not to fall asleep since he was going to get a concussion or something. "Narukin, wake up, you have to stay awake." Narukin. Kurena shouted his name when she saw he was starting to fall asleep again. Kurena decided to carry him since they were close to the gate and hopefully they could get help from there. "Narukin, are you awake?" Kurena asked, making sure that Naruto doesn't fall asleep. Hi," Naruto whispered. His eyes were focused at the floor since his head was low. He noticed that he was being carried/semi-dragged since the floor he was looking at was moving. "Sensei, I feel so sleepy." "Narukin, you have to stay awake, you hear me?" "Narukin," Kurena said. She noticed that his weight doubled slightly. She slowly dropped him on the ground, and on Naruto's face was a smile. A small smile he carried for her. "Narukin." Kurena shook the said genin, but he didn't stir or something. "Narukin," she tried again, but nothing happens. "Narukin," she said again. No reply. Kurenai shook him again. Once again nothing happens. Chapter end.